Morning, guys. Just give me a second here. We're taking care of a few things. La 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 la. My face is on. Good morning. Hey guys, good morning. It's me, Spartan John. How are you? It's a great day. It's a Thursday. It's a reading day. It's crazy that Thursday is already upon us. Like, the week is just blowing by.
Hello there.
Good morning, Kevin. How are you today? It's again, it's amazing. The week is just blowing by. I can't believe it's already Thursday. It's crazy. The the week is just going. That means we've got a 1 week exactly until SummerCon show. The SummerCon show is going to be really exciting this year. I think I'm going to be really excited. I'll have my brand new or my chief boots all reorganized, and that's going to be great. Decent morning. Okay, well, decent is, it could be worse. Having a good time. Have a good time last night. We did. Yeah, the kids baseball was great. We got So I feel bad because I didn't remember. Anybody who's been following the baseball season closely for our baseball team knows that I did not plan the baseball party. One of the parents planned the baseball party. And so we all arrived to the baseball party. What I would say is on time. And I go up to the baseball field and I see some kids up there playing, and I'm like, okay, these guys are going to get off the field soon. That's what's going to happen. And in fact, that is not what happened at all. In fact, that was the softball, the Gig Harbor Little League softball girls team had scheduled apparently had scheduled that field for all-star baseball practice, and then the parks department scheduled it for us separately at the same time. And so of course, we got kicked off the field basically. And how many buckets of tears? I was surprisingly able to not cry. I almost did cry. But the good news was, because of the way that it went, because we got kicked off of the field, the softball coach is a friend of one of the moms on the baseball team, and so she had her husband run to their house and get a wiffle ball bat and some wiffle balls, and so we set up a wiffle ball field in the park next to the tables and the gazebo that we inhabited for the night. I gave every single kid on the team a print of the team. My wife and we wanted to do something for the kids. I didn't really get an opportunity this year to do anything great for the parents. You know, the parents invest a lot of time as well. But we we found the best photo that we could find that was taken this season. And then we took that photo and made a 8x10 of it, And then Lena put the team name and the team name and the kids' names and the numbers of the players on there. And so everybody got a nice team photo from uh, from us for playing this season, and I thought that was good. I said something nice about every kid. Talked about you know what the kid was like when they showed up to me. So I was like, hey, um, you know, for instance, my son Jack. I was like, Jack came to us. He was the best pitcher on the team. Uh, I think at the beginning he was one of the best players on the team because he just had played for so long and had had so much experience. And then I was like, but throughout the year he stayed one of our better third basemen, and he continued to pitch and do all the things, and you know so I talked about what he was like at the beginning of the year, and then I talked about towards the end of the year how he showed everybody what it was like to be a good teammate. Always, he uplifted, he supported people on the baseball field. And we joked about all the every kid had a joke. There was a little bit of a joke about the kid, and what they were like throughout the year and how they grew. And then the hardest part at the end, um, I had the privilege of having a girl on my team this year. I also had the burden of the fact that the girl dated one of the kids on my team and had just broken up with him, and then started dating a second kid on my team during the baseball season. So that was like kind of like, whoa. I didn't really need that. But, I grew uh this year as a person, as a mentor, and I believe as a leader, because I took this burden on. Uh, all the parents. I guess none of the parents really knew what happened, but originally Mike had been the coach and the manager, and then as soon as I became a coach on the roster, I was immediately made that person. So nobody really knew how that happened until we talked about it yesterday, and everybody was like, "Wow, I had no idea that was the way it went with you." And I was like, "Yeah, no, it happens." I told him, I said, I must love the abuse, is what I said. I joked about it. I said, I must love the abuse, haha, because I signed up to do this again in the fall, and I really hope that you guys all come back to play for me, because I was told by the league that it would be the exact same team that I would get back. So that's that's pretty damned awesome. I did almost cry a few times, Kevin. I did, but in the end, there were no tears from the Spartan John. I can't tell you. Yesterday was such an interesting day with all of the love from you guys, from the awesome, from Installation 00, from Nikki, uh, all the gifted subs, just the amount of uh just the amount of support and the amount of everything that you guys have been giving back to me, and that it's been overwhelming. So I guess I kind of sort of got cried out a little bit, maybe. I'm not sure.
Hello there.
Is that a Jimmy? Oh, that's Nikki. I was just talking about you. But yeah, no, it was, all in all, it was a really good day. It was a really good evening. We played wiffle ball. All of the parents got to play, except for Bo's dad. Bo's dad refused to hit. I wanted him to hit. He did some filming for memories, but he refused to hit. Other than that, everybody else who showed up played. I want to say half of the team showed up. So there were quite a few families that did not make it, and I'll have to try and get a hold of them and give them their prints. And the best part about families not showing up, honestly, is that I didn't have to ad lib any more great things about kids last night. I could have come up with something. Jimmy is also here, just working the sex line. Got it. Are you doing the gravelly voice today, or are you doing the more effeminate voice? Anyway, like I said, it was cool. One of the kids, Evan, he showed up. He showed up after he went to football practice and then came to play. And it was cool. We had, like I said, we played a little wiffle ball baseball match instead of baseball because we couldn't get the field. My wife was like, honestly, I'm glad that we did that because then all of the parents actually played. Some of the parents were a little hesitant to play if we had played hardball. Uwu gets me more tips. That's fair. No terrible lies, Nikki. No terrible lies. But yeah, it was a cool night. It was really cool. We had pizza. But one of the moms paid for everything. We Venmo'd her some money. All the parents Venmo'd her some money for her effort. So it was really cool. Like I said, I apologized again to all the parents. I was like, I'm just really sorry that we only won 2 games this year. We played 16 out of 17 games, or did we play 17? We might have played 17 games, and I think we only won 2 of them. And the first one that we won started to get the team to come together. But unfortunately, that was 6 games before the end of the season. And then the last 5 games were hyper competitive from then on. We just couldn't close the deal. And I told him, I was like, I feel really bad. I'm like, I know that some of these kids were on non-competitive teams the year before, and they really wanted to come here and play baseball and be competitive and get some wins. And I said, we had to learn how to be a team this year. We had to learn how to play baseball together. I said, some of us had to learn how to play baseball. So that was it was interesting. It's hard. It's hard because I feel like it's my fault that we didn't win more games. But I know that I did everything that I could to prepare those kids and put them on the field as ball players. And it's 100% just that they have to make the decisions. They have to be the ones to do it. So but hey, it was a great night. The season is over. I encourage them to all come back for fall baseball in August. And I think I might see about half of them back, maybe. A lot of them want to play other sports too. I don't blame them. I think baseball is the sport, but I don't blame them. I like football and hockey too. If we had a hockey here, I'd tell them to go play hockey. Anyway. As always, for everyone who's new to the awesome here, we have, in the background, we have Installation 00's Ambient Wonders. It's a great channel. He's up to 1,830 subs on Ambient Wonders. Volleyball all the way. Volleyball is a sport, and I would watch it. Anyway, Ambient Wonders on YouTube. When I started the awesome, when I started reading, I only have used this song mostly the entirety of all of the books that we read. But Ambient Wonders is amazing. It's got lots of video game content, sound that is pulled that you can listen to for relaxing, learning, ambiance at your dinner party. Nobody will know it's Halo until they ask. And unless they already know, and then you're just in the inner circle, then I guess. But anyway, I listen to it sometimes in the shower. I'll just turn my RGB light on because I have the same light in my bathroom. I installed it because it's so good. It's a RGB remote controlled exhaust fan with a radio in it. So I'll just turn on Ambient Wonders, throw the phone on the sink, hop in the shower, turn the shower to full hot, and just burn the shit out of myself in the RGB steam while this is playing. Sometimes. Anyway, the point is, Ambient Wonders on YouTube, go give it a listen. If there's a song in a video game that you want to listen to, that in the shower. Anyway, if there's something you want to listen to from a video game, just send him a message. He's a really cool guy. I happen to know him personally. He gives great hugs and he smells nice. Just saying. He's not here yet, so I hope he's missing out on all the big smiles that he could be having right now. The biggest broner could be growing. He's not here for it. Whatever. Anyway, Ambient Wonders. Go check him out. And I want to say a couple more things. Check out my friends, please. Especially Foam Forge Cosplay. And I need to remember to add Lex to that. Lex, if you're here this morning and watching, please send me a reminder. Why are you not working? The bot is not working. Why is the bot not working? Hold on, we have to fix the bot. This is stupid. Come on, bot face. Nope, it says it works. Okay, we're gonna try it again. We're gonna try the bot one more time. Friends. Did I spell friends wrong? I don't know what's going on here. I typed it, and I typed it. Are you gonna go? I typed it. Hey, we woke the bot up. I have no idea why it took so long to go. That is so weird. Anyway, check out my friends. Foam Forge Cosplay is on there. He's really trying to get back into streaming and building his community again. He's a really good dude. He's a great Spartan. And sometimes he just shows up. There's a few AI apps that do it. Interesting. Well, anyway, Foam Forge Cosplay, check him out. And Installation 00. And don't forget to check out Cammy Shep, too. Is he on there still? No, I took him off. All great people. All great Halo content creators. Go check them out. We're at 1,534 follows this morning. We're on our way to 1,600. Thank you, everybody, for being part of the awesome. 231 subs. It's the most we've ever had. We were gifted 85 subs yesterday by two people who are huge in our community, and I can't say thank you enough to either of those two people. Like Jesus Christ. It's just, wow. You're going to get tears today, I think. I think the book's going to bring them to you. So if that's what you come for, you're going to get them. By the way. See, I'm not at the friends status either, lol. It's good. Well, Kevin, I guess if you were a Twitch streamer, I'd put you on there. I mean, sometimes you do like little videos and things, but you're a guest here all the time, so, and I shout you out. I don't know. If you're upset about it, we'll figure something out. I'll like shout out your Halo collection or something. It's really hard sometimes, Nikki, to accept that. Like, I do, and I love you guys too, but it is hard. It is hard sometimes to accept that. It's hard to feel worthy. Alright, guys. Here's where we're at. We're way past the start time. We're like 7 minutes past our past our book time. So here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Hopefully we'll have a good one someday that we all love. Just kidding. Everybody who loves the bookmark, there it is. We know the reason why it's here. I'm not going to explain it today. Even though I feel like that's part of the awesome. The book is Mortal Dictata. We're on page 50. For anybody that cares enough to want to grab out your own book or PDF and follow along. Which I've never asked anyone to do before. So now I feel like an idiot, because if anybody actually does it, they're going to see that sometimes I change the words. Anyway. For value. No, it's just because my brain is stupid like that. Anyway. Book time. Enterprise. 5 kilometers outside of Newtine, Venezia. Skirmisher Kigyar were a lot like birds. Staffan Senska reminded himself, and that explained everything he needed to know about dealing with them. Kigyar weren't canine. Despite the nickname, most humans used jackals. Their ancestors were reptiles. Some subspecies still looked very lizard-like to Staffan, but others were more like birds, just like the way Earth's lizards had branched off to grow feathers and beaks. The most bird-like were the skirmishers from Taveo. They liked shiny, glittery things. They squabbled, and they displayed. He suspected it was the legacy of an ancient ancestor that collected blossoms and pebbles to impress its prospective mates. As he drove up the rack to Sav Fell's grand house, he couldn't help but notice the fragments of brightly colored glass set in the concrete gate posts. An armed grunt stood guard. Staffan peered down at him from the truck window. "I've come to see Shipmaster Fell, Staffan Senska." The grunt checked the datapad. "Your name's not on the list. And if your name's not on the list, then cut the crap and try spelling it with 2 F's, Staffan said. "Oh yeah. I didn't think you guys liked Kigyar. He pays on time." Staffan took that as a sign that he could mistrust Fell a little less. He'd learned to assume that everyone he dealt with from the time he'd lost his daughter was a liar, with an ulterior motive. And then nothing he saw was what it seemed. But there was a spectrum of bastardry. Some bastards were at the shoot-on-sight end of the curve. Some were otherwise regular people, with occasionally but repellent flaws. In the middle lay the widespread that the world wouldn't miss if they met their deserved fate. Kigyar generally scored a less objectionable than many humans because they didn't have ideologies. They liked stuff, pure and simple, acquiring it, smuggling it, stealing it, selling it and trading it, possessing it. It's a game, shiny stones, bowerbird mentality, but at least they make sense. Sav Fell made sense too. He had his own agenda that happened to be running in parallel with Staffan's for a while. He wanted what Staffan had a great deal of, and Staffan wanted something that was little direct use to Fell. A warship. Perfect. One of the paneled front doors eased open, just before he reached out to knock. A bear-like snout poked out of the gap. Then the door creaked open, fully, to let Staffan in. He's in the office. The Kigyar minion was the more common reptilian kind. He took a few paces towards the corridor and let out a stream of ear-splitting chatter. "Wait here. I'll get him." The hall wasn't quite as luxurious as Staffan had expected. The whole place smelled slightly of ammonia, and what he could only describe as mud. The furniture was an odd mix of styles. but every piece had some gilding or polished metallic details. Fell had the typical Kigyar weakness for glitz. It was echoed in his beaded, studded belt as he emerged from the passage. Staffen caught a glimpse of another skirmisher before Fell closed the door behind him, and heard a burst of angry J-lag noises. The shipmaster flinched. Oh, it's his wife. It has to be his wife. Staffen tried not to give in to a smile. The idea of Shipmaster Fell being squawked at by an angry female was too funny. Staffen kept forgetting their society was matriarchal, but most of what he saw of it was the males toiling for a living, henpecked literally. Ha. Fell's minions trotted into the room to be dismissed again with an imperious gesture and a long rattling hiss. Fell might have been doing the Kigyar equivalent of kicking the cat, or just reminding his more reptilian cousin of his place in the pecking order. Skirmishers definitely thought they were a cut above the other Kigyar. Welcome. Fell's black head feathers lifted a little bit. He reminded Staffen of his pterodactyl in the process of turning into a crow, with rows of little teeth set in a long beak. The vertical pupils in his yellow eyes were purple reptile, though. Were you followed? If I thought I was, Staffen said, I'd have driven to the grocery store and wasted his time, whoever he was. There are spies here, you know. There are spies everywhere. But you know they don't last long here. Venezia was a colony of dissenters and criminals. Strangers were treated with due caution, and a spy would have to be very good indeed to escape Staffen's attention for long. So you have one at last, do you? Fell almost preened. He knew he pulled off a coup. The opportunity presented itself, and I seized it. Kigyar opened another inner door and led Staffen through into a main room. It was full of gilded mirrors that gave the place a feel of a home decor showroom. He could hear other Kigyar now, a mix of adult voices with higher-pitched ones in the distant background. Children. Chicks. Staffen wondered if they were cute and fluffy when they hatched. He settled in the most comfortable-looking seat without being asked, just so that Fell understood who held the power here, and crossed his legs. Tell me exactly how you took the ship, he said. Don't you believe me? Oh, I believe you. I just want to be sure that this isn't some elaborate setup. Fell jerked back his head, offended. The Sangheili are falling apart. They're not capable of scams. Certainly not scams that cost them warships. Everyone's capable of scams, Staffen said, especially when they're desperate. Although I can't think why Sangheili would suddenly take an interest in Venezia unless you piss them off some other way. The Covenant had either never found Venezia during the war or never bothered. The planet was unglassed, untouched, and in pretty good shape, which no doubt irked the Earth authorities. Staffen missed little. He had enough deserters from planetary militias to maintain a pretty good listening station, and pieced together with reports from Kigyar ships, the information formed a useful picture. As useful as you can get now that the Covenant's collapsed anyway. The Sangheili were so used to the Sanshayun thinking for them that they're still struggling without them, Fell said. They're in chaos, and the Arbiter certainly isn't uniting them. It's what you call a free-for-all when it comes to keeping track of their assets. One of their rebel factions asked me and my crew to transport a warship from one of their yards. Which faction? A religious one. And you transported it? We did. Except you didn't transport it to its destination. It was a battle. I don't like that kind of destination. Not when it isn't my fight anyway. So you just took it? Easy as that? Yes, because, as I'm trying to tell you, the split faces were too busy fighting each other to come after us. Okay. I thought it would come in useful for a customer. It is, as you say, a planet killer. a battlecruiser with a ventral beam. Pious Inquisitor. Staffen hated those sanctimonious Covenant names, albeit in a theoretical kind of way. The Covenant had never troubled Venezia. Earth was the only power that had ever done that. He hated some UNSC ships' names a lot more. They were about ferocity and bravery, when all he could see was an imperial power that didn't do much for the Empire except bleed it dry and leave it to save itself when the Covenant came. I got out of Sansar in time. Millions didn't. That name. The Sangheli are very upset at losing her, Fell said. Apart from Hulls being a premium in these uncertain times, I understand she has quite a history. Is this making the Sangheli extra pissed off? I wouldn't risk offering her to the Arbiter. Very wise. But I did check the stored data in the navigation computer, and this ship is deployed to Earth in the recent past, so given your interest in acquiring a more compact warship and your relations with Earth, I thought of you immediately. Staffen tried to recall if he'd heard the ship's name before. Have you ever seen a planet after it's been glassed by one of those beams? Of course I have. I used to serve the Covenant. I mean, one of your own. No, but you have. Yes, I know all that. Just tell me who you might use this ship against. None of your customers, Phil. Humans, then. I may have scores to settle with the Covenant, but those with my own species come first, because, you know... Yes, glass cities are cities that can't do business. Glass a city, and you glass the merchandise. Don't glass the customer, I get it. Only a Kigyar would turn down the chance of keeping a battlecruiser that could reduce the surface of a planet to molten slag. But it wasn't morality. Kigyar simply didn't fight that way. Not if they'd had a choice. Staffen tried to recall any human culture that had abandoned an empire before overexpansion and hostile subjects brought it to its natural and inevitable end. But he couldn't. Yet the Kigyar had done just that. It was hard to think like them. They progressed, they expanded, and then they reverted to their tribal, piratical, scavenging selves. No ideology, no manifest destiny. No mission to civilize or enlighten or save souls. No obsession with dominance. They just do it because they're good at it. And they actually enjoy the acquiring and winning more than they enjoy what they've taken. Staffen needed to understand the motives. If he knew why someone did something, an individual or an entire culture, then they rarely caught him out. Kigyar didn't need big capital ships because they didn't want to invade or destroy worlds. And most warships weren't built for raiding and slipping away. Kigyar preferred to be free and agile. They preferred to travel light. Even a relatively modest warship like Pious Inquisitor was a little too big for that. That's what they do: strike, peck, collect, and fly. Carrion rather than prey. Opportunists. They're turning into birds, vultures, no magpies. And magpies can be nasty little birds. The universe made perfect sense again. Staffen knew that it would if he thought about it long enough. So what will you pay for it? Fell asked. Staffen stared him out. I'll tell you when I see it. I need particle beam rifles, dropships, and plasma pistols. Plenty of pistols and dropships, but the rifles are temporarily in short supply. Temporarily? You're one of the biggest arms dealers on Venezia. Meaning, I'll see what I can do. I need to see the ship first. That means a trip to another system. Fine, I didn't think you'd park it in your yard. And I want to test the ventral beam. So let's find a quiet backwater where we can do that. I shall. There's something else. It's extra. What is? I'll show you when you see the ship. Fell looked almost excited. Kigyar didn't have any facial expressions in common with humans. but they did have little gestures that gave a lot away if you knew how to look at them. Staffen did. There was a little back and forth jerk of the head, almost imperceptible. Most Kigyar males displayed color changes when their mood shifted, but Staffen had never seen any real change in skirmishers at all. Sometimes he thought he caught something, but it was simply iridescence on their feathers. "If this is a bait and switch, Fell," Staffen said, "ask your compatriots what happens to business associates who try that with me. You told me you had a ship with a ventral beam. That's all I want. Don't try paying me off with anything else." He hoped Fell would ask around. Venezia had its laws, whether people believed that or not, but it was fairly relaxed about how its residents settled disputes. It didn't need a police force. "Wait to hear from me," Fell said. "What are you going to do about crewing this vessel?" "I can find plenty of willing hands," Staffen said. "I'll let you know if I have recruiting issues." As he drove back to his town, Staffen racked his brains to remember the name Pious Inquisitor. He'd have to look it up. He wanted as much information as he could get on the vessel, not just the sales brochure detail that Fell would peddle. He checked his mirrors for vehicles that might be following, because Fell had a point about spies. Tribal rivalries, business feuds, and even foolhardy outsiders employed by Earth or colonial agencies weren't unknown here. And the one thing Venezia didn't have and didn't want was a border patrol recording who went in and out. It was a safe haven for people who couldn't show a passport anywhere else. Small ships were almost impossible to control anyway. But Staffen took comfort from the fact that the border was almost self-policing. If someone wanted to get into Venezia, they couldn't exactly catch a scheduled flight. They'd have to pay someone with the ship to bring them in, or they need the kind of money to have a ship of their own. And sooner or later, unless they wanted to live like a hermit on a diet of grass and mice, they'd have to come to town. Eventually they'd be spotted, and then we removed them, permanently. Edvin was sitting in the garden with Kirsten when Staffen got home. She rushed up to him, excited and giggling. Grandpa, I've been drawing." "That's my clever girl." He gave Edvin a look. "You haven't mentioned the dollhouse, have you?" Edvin just blinked slowly to indicate that he hadn't. "Grandpa's got to do some work first, but I'll come and look, okay?" There was a little bit of Naomi in Kirsten. Staffen was sure of it. It was the long blonde hair. If she'd been any more like her, though, that would have been too painful. "When do you let go? When is it time to close the book and move on?" Staffen asked himself that every once in a while, and the answer was always the same. It's never. This had to be done. The question had to be answered, and the price had to be paid. It had just taken a lifetime to reach the stage where he had the power to demand an answer, and the only kind of persuasion that Earth understood, a warship. Kirsten picked up a toy bucket and a trowel and began digging holes in the flower border. She liked to keep busy. Edvin got up and walked slowly out of earshot with his father. "Well," Edvin asked, "was it true?" "Yes, we may have a battle cruiser." "Wow. I still have to check it out and make the payment. But this thing exists. Imagine it. The mighty Sangheili losing a battle cruiser to the Kigyar. Fell's a cheeky old crow, isn't he? Pious Inquisitor, that's the ship." Edvin stared into the mid-distance for a few moments, then put on his concerned face. "Are you sure this is what you want, Dad?" "What, to have the clout to get some respect from Earth?" "I meant, are you sure that you shouldn't just hand the ship over to the militia? Isn't that what we all want? Some justice for all Earth's done to the colonies over the years?" "When I'm done with the ship, I will," Staffen said, "but I need answers. And I'm doing it for Remo, too. If it hadn't been for him, I'd have signed off myself into a mental hospital long ago." "Okay," Edvin said. "I know you won't do anything dumb. Just trying to put things into perspective. Soon, I've had 35 years of perspective. I've had 35 years of perspective. Whatever I do won't be rash." It was too late for Remo, but at least he died knowing that someone else would continue the search for information on what really happened to his son. Staffen wanted something that few people would ever get. He wanted the government, somebody's government anyway, to tell him the truth. And if it meant reducing Sydney or some other major city into glass, then he was going to do it. Chapter 3. A slight against one Kigyar is a slight against all Kigyar, but fortunately they're still fighting each other over what they'll do about it, Sanghili sang. Mayur City, Tavao, Waideo System, April 2553 in the human calendar. He's too young to understand, Aes said, barely looking up from her data module. She squatted on cushions in the shade of the fruit trees, reading something. And he's a male. Don't waste your time. Just toughen him up. The chick, Laik, scuttled around the yard after Shoal Vaughn, mouth wide open. He'd pursued her all morning. First, with begging peeps and whistles, but now that he was getting genuinely hungry, his calls had become urgent squawks. For a moment, he gave up on his mother and turned to his grandmother. Chol held up a warning hand. He's learning self-control, Mama, Chol said. Don't feed him. Aes spread her arms. I have nothing for him anyway. When are you going to hatch some daughters? Chol dug her claws into her palms. This was the worst thing about the end of the war. She no longer had a ship to command, and her mother had descended on her to help out with the children. Vec had gone off at short notice with his comrades to look for tantalum deposits on Reyna's, the coward. He might at least have had the decency to stay and give her moral support. If she met her better mate while he was away, he could forget about coming back and expecting to find a place at her table. She was Tavoan, for goodness sake. She could take any mate that she pleased. Would rather have smaller broods and better children, Chol said carefully. Ha, you'd rather have no brood and be an empress. Aes ran a claw down the screen and let out a long rattling sigh. I wish you'd stop it. Stop what? This talk about building a national fleet, a united army. It's unhealthy. People are gossiping about you. Cooperation made us a spacefaring species. Otherwise, we'd still be stuck on Ain, robbing one another and sinking each other's boats. Aes glossed over the point with her usual speed. Strength lies in a big clan, my dear. In a lot of people who owe you allegiance based on kinship, not only politics and treaties. Strength also lies in firepower. We've relied on avoidance. The next threat might not be avoidable. It was a cloudless, baking hot day on Mayur, and the only shade in the yard was under the trees. Beyond the wattle and daub wall, constructed in the same way that Chol would make her own nest, screeching laughter and shouts told her that the youngsters from last year's brood, 3 males, were squabbling over something they'd found. The strongest would take it, even if the weakest found it. She kept trying to teach them that cooperation would mean more for all of them. Robbing fellow Kigyar simply made everyone poorer. The Covenant had handed them that lesson on a plate. I don't want to be an empress or any damn thing, Mama, Chol said. But I do know that we couldn't stand up to the Covenant when they invaded, and now we're free of them for the first time in, how long, 1,000 years maybe? They never managed to subdue us like they did the rest. We were never free to do as we liked either. And now they're gone, so the crisis has passed. Or it's the perfect time to make sure it never happens again. We have weapons. The Covenant kindly perfected our combat skills, and there are ships around for the taking. Am I the only person who sees the obvious opportunity here? We have ships, but we don't have the right ships. We need the kind that would make any invader think twice about crossing us, and the organization to deploy them effectively. Privateering is not good enough for you then? Mama, I would prefer the Kigyar to be feared because we can exact revenge on entire worlds, not because we steal the silverware. Chol sidestepped Laik again. He squawked angrily and executed a tight turn, claws scrabbling on the paving stones. He'd get fed, and with the very best meat she could afford. But he needed to learn to put off immediate gratification for a greater reward later. She'd read about that in the computer library of a captured human ship. The flat faces had done tests in their own young. The human chicks who could resist eating sweet food put in front of them for a set period of time were more successful later in life than those who ignored the instructions and ate it right away. It was a small detail that spoke volumes to Chol. She wasn't sure if the self-control was something inborn or taught. But if it could be taught, then it might achieve the same result. When Laik had learned to wait, he could progress to resisting temptation. Chol wanted to make a thinker of him, a planner, a shipmaster capable of seeing the much bigger picture. She thought her mother had given up on the argument, but after a long pause, Aes took up from her data module. The Covenant didn't turn us into indoctrinated cannon fodder like the Sangheili because we're scattered, she said. Because we're anarchic. Because we're a rabble. That's our strength, not a weakness. Central control of any kind would be the death of us. Then we need to be a rabble with warships, Chol said. Laik crashed into Chol's legs, arms flailing. His brown fledgling down, the coat of fluffy feather that would gradually molt and give way to scales and plumage, made him almost irresistible. But she had to stand firm. Eventually his squawks became more plaintive. He stood staring up at her, mouth still open, making little hiccuping noises, all squawked out. Go find your brothers, she said. He was old enough to understand, even if he could manage a few actual words yet. Go on, go find your brothers, and bring them back here. Then you'll all be fed, and you'll learn something. Laik gazed up at her expectantly for a few more seconds, and then trotted away behind the house, crestfallen. Chol felt guilty. She was only doing it for his own good. She wanted more for him than life as a scavenger, fighting lower status scavengers for scraps. Why prey on your own people? Nobody benefited from that at all. It was hard to think that and look at her mother's accusing face, though. Aes radiated disappointment, one eye half shut. So when are you going to this assembly? Aes asked. I came all this way to look after the children so you could go on your little jaunt, seeing as your latest useless mate isn't around to help. After I've fed Laik, Chol said. Then you can pretend you're in charge for a whole day. Chol envied other avian species. Some would drive an old female out of the roost. In others, the parents drove off the chicks to make them find an independent territory of their own. They'd obviously worked out something about family dynamics that the Kigyar hadn't. We're becoming birds. There's a lot we can learn from them. The three older boys came rushing into the yard, Kidge and Gon chasing the biggest Hick. He was clutching a handmade catapult in one fist. Chol couldn't recall any of them having one before, so it had probably been stolen from another roost's youngsters. Hick stood against the wall with his prize held above his head, batting away the smaller brothers. Laik came trotting some way behind, tripping over the tree roots. Mama, it's not fair, Gon said. Make him give it back, Mama. If you can't take it, she said carefully, then nobody's going to give it to you. How about you all agreeing to share it? Equal time. Then you'll all get to use it, and you'll all improve your aim, and then you can defend yourselves better. They looked at her as if she was insane. Then Gon sank his teeth into Hick's arm, and a brawl broke out. Chol waded in, cuffed them all, and forced them apart. They stood at a reluctant distance, all eyeing the catapult which now lay on the ground. "Save that for outsiders," she rasped. "Here's your choice. Accept that Hick won, or reach an agreement. Or carry on behaving like some ignorant ungoy, and then I'll feed you to your brothers." Heads hung. "Yes, Mama." "No more of this nonsense. I have to leave now. If I hear you've given Grandma any problems, there'll be more consequences." They disappeared into the house, leaving only a silence broken by buzzing insects. Laik sat at Chol's feet, gazing up at her, mouth closed this time. "Very well," she pointed at the ground. "Stay there while I fetch you something." She wasn't expecting him to obey, but when she opened the door to the pantry and looked around, he wasn't at her heels. It was a start. She took some soft berries and chopped up a small piece of uoi steak. UOI. No idea. With a little enzyme powder. Lake was past the stage of needing pureed food. "Here," she said. Instead of dropping it into his mouth, she put the small bowl on the ground where he could reach it himself. Her mother tutted dismissively. Can you wait? Can you wait until I count to 10? She wasn't sure she understood numbers yet. She wasn't sure he understood numbers yet. But he could recognize words. She leaned over. Her shadow fell upon him. 1, 2. You really should regurgitate it for him, Aes said. I don't think it's good for them to be plate-fed. 5, 6. I regurgitated food for you until you shed your down. 9, 10. Lake pounced on the food. He had to dip his head, scoop up the meat, and flip it back down his own throat, but he ate it on his own. And he'd waited. Chol was ecstatic with pride. My clever boy, my clever, patient boy. She nuzzled him and groomed his down with her teeth while he made little get off it's all mine noises at the back of his throat. See, Mama, I shall make a prince of him. Aes said nothing. Chol took that as a conceding defeat and set off for Dulkoth, a short hop from Tavao, among the belt of the small moons and asteroids orbiting White Ao. She savored being back at the helm of a ship again. She'd laid claim to her first command, Joyous Discovery, a missionary vessel whose name she changed immediately to Paragon, when the Covenant was too busy with its own civil war to notice. But this Phantom was her personal transport. She seized it from the Sangheili, who made the mistake of underestimating those near the bottom of the pecking order. It had taken her weeks to get the smell of rotting meat out of the cockpit. Chol thought the pilot should have simply handed it over in gratitude for cycles of far more loyal service than his kind deserved. But the fool decided to put up a fight, and he didn't win. And still, some Kigyar choose to serve them. What do the humans say? They've got religion, traitors all of them, weak-minded children who will want to believe in magic. The gathering on Dulkoth was no more than an informal get-together. To call a meeting at a specific time required organization, something Kigyar mistrusted almost as much as cash on delivery. So Chol had simply responded to word passed around the clans to get together to swap intelligence on the state of the post-war galaxy, and also what's happened to all that hardware. We should have moved faster. We should have grabbed more when we started to see the cracks. The Sangheili shipmasters have commandeered far too much. There was still a substantial navy out there somewhere. Even with all of the vessels lost in the battles, Sangheili elders had seized ships for themselves and taken them back to their keeps. All Chol was doing was applying the same common sense as they had. She swaggered around the airfield looking for familiar holes. It was fascinating to see how many dropships and small freighters had been liberated from the Covenant fleet. But there was also UNSC Pelicans. They had their uses too. The UNSC might now be in the market for used parts. When she went into the hangar, the vaulted caverns were full of Kigyar trading carbines and other small arms. One of the males turned to look at her, abandoned his haggling, and came trotting over to greet her. She took a few moments to recognize him. It was Zim, a scout she'd employed on several missions some time ago. The seasons didn't seem to have treated him well. He looked thin and bedraggled. Well, nothing like a breaking branch to shower those beneath with fruit, he said, brandishing a human rifle with some satisfaction. What brings you here, shipmistress? Curiosity and the need to escape my mother. Oh, not the news of the interesting contract, then? How interesting? I don't know, but it seems to be one of great amusement to Mistress Isk. Zim cocked his head in the direction of the dais made out of the ammunition crates stamped with UNSC upon them. Chol found it interesting that they chose a bird as their totemic symbol. The few humans she had contact with seemed to think birds were for eating or hunting, not revering. She's promised to address that matter first before opening the floor to ship trading. Isk was too old to do much traveling now, but she was still fond of brokering deals and taking her cut. She clambered up on the dais and called for attention. It took her a little while to get it, because of the busy trading over the sudden glut of weapons. Zim was right. There was always some capital to be made out of someone else's disaster, in this case the Covenant's. I have mixed feelings about what I'm going to tell you, said Isk. She paused, head bobbing, as if she was trying not to laugh. It seems that Sav Fel has disappeared with one of the Sangheili's more significant vessels. A loud chorus of cheering interrupted her. She held up one hand. He took the battlecruiser Pious Inquisitor, she went on. There were sarcastic oohs and ahs. Or at least he failed to deliver it in the middle of the battle, which, might I say, is a most prudent thing to do. How much did he get for it? Someone yelled. Chol didn't take note of who asked the question. She was much more interested in the name and class of ship, a battlecruiser. It was a capital ship made to scour life from planets, to melt surfaces to glass. It was exactly the kind of warship that a united Kigyar Navy needed. Ah, therein lies the dilemma, Isk said. Fel has disappeared and the ship cannot be found. We should applaud him for that alone, but Field Master Avu Medtelkam has put out an offer. He'll pay for the return of the ship. I believe he needs it to glass his Sangheili brother cities. Unless he pressed the wrong button and blew it up, a female said. That's what happens when you let males drive, you see. I've got another laugh, but Isk had left out most of the important details for the majority of the Kigyar present. How much is he paying? Zim asked. 80,000 Gex, Isk replied. For what that's worth these days. He has few goods to trade at the moment. It wasn't enough to start a stampede. It wasn't even enough to make it worth stealing the ship, because if it was damaged, the repair bill would be a great deal more. Just maintaining a battlecruiser while waiting to find a buyer was too expensive for most Kigyar to even consider. Chol didn't want to sell the ship, though. She had other plans for it. This was an opportunity she couldn't afford to ignore. All she needed was a skeleton crew to find it and bring it back. She would worry about exactly how to do that when she secured the contract. Where's the Inquisitor last seen? She asked. All we know is that it isn't in Sangheili space. Isk peered at her from the dais. Are you interested in the contract? What do I have to lose? Nothing? The galaxy was disarray, and the new galactic order would soon emerge. The choice seemed to be between carrying on as before and hoping for the best, or establishing a stronger position for all of the Kigyar. Tell the Sangheili I'll take the contract, Joel said. How do I contact this Telcam? What is he? He'll contact you. Isk still looked dubious. He's a disciple of the abiding truth. Religious lunatics Are you sure you want this job? It's a very big burden. Chol was certain now. It was time for the Kig Yard to remember they'd once done very well without the Covenant to provide for them. You're crazy, Zim said. All that hard graft for 80,000? What if he can't pay? Won't pay? Currency's worth nothing these days. What are you going to do with a battlecruiser left on your hands? Oh well, I suppose you could strip it for parts. Chol almost gave him the speech she hadn't given her mother, the one that she'd made too many times in bars about how the Kig Yard had let themselves be ground down and despised, and that they were nobody's servants any longer. But there was no point in showing her hand yet. You lack vision, she said. He looked up at her. She was taller than the average male, being Tavoan, so she could command physical respect as well as deference to her gender. Just as Tavoan males had much heavier upper body plumage than other Kig-Yar, Tavoan females had a ruff of feathers on the head and neck instead of dull scales, and there was a certain satisfaction to feeling them rise and fan out. If you could make a male back down, you forgot the most important thing, which is, we might squabble over garbage heaps now, she said, but we were an empire once, and we shall be again. UNSC Port Stanley, off of Venezia. Up, down, or in front of. Melee face down on the transporter deck, propped on folded arms, and told his brain that the blue marble disk of Venezia lay beneath him. If he tried to convince it that the planet was anywhere else, it became too disorienting. He let the ship's generated gravity settle the argument. Down there below, definitely, his body confirmed it. The view was one way. Port Stanley could monitor Venezia, but Venezia or any passing ship couldn't see Port Stanley. The Corvette was in stealth mode, cold and silent and invisible. Where would Savfell park a CCS battlecruiser nearly 2 kilometers long? It obviously wasn't within Stanley's sensor range, or else they'd have found her by now. Mal could have asked BB to display a chart of features within Venezia's system, but he didn't feel like chatting. He rolled over, took his data pad out of his shirt pocket, and studied the images. Once we know what the buzzard's using to get on and off of the planet, we'll have some idea of the range, and that'll give us a clue, maybe. Of course, he could always be getting a lift from a buddy with an FTL drive, and that still doesn't mean he can't do short hops. It didn't solve much. Stanley had remote sensors in stationary orbit, football-sized spy satellites that could watch a small city like New Tyne, but keeping an eye on the business that went on indoors still came down to getting on the ground and following people around. Mal switched to the feed from the sensors and checked to see if there was any traffic entering or leaving the Sangheili space. Apart from Venezia network of monitoring satellites, nothing was moving. It was a backwater planet with a small population that didn't even need to import food on a regular basis. Spotting larger ships in transit should have been easy. Mal flopped back on his stomach and went on watching the infinite blackness, just letting his mind wander. But that was a mistake. Thoughts that kept trying to shut out wheeled their way back into his mind, like pushy insurance salesmen. So what are you going to do about poor bloody Stefan Senska, eh? Just blow him up too, yeah? Poor bastard loses his daughter twice, and loses his life, and his wife, and his mind, and all thanks to your employer. Feel good about yourself now, do you? Going to follow orders? Is a lawful order about an unlawful act lawful at all? It just wouldn't leave him alone. Stefan Senska was an enemy that Earth made for itself, from scratch. The poor sod didn't even know the half of what had happened to his daughter. Mal was trying to weigh the certain knowledge that he would have reacted just like Stefan. Worse, probably. Against the fact that his job was to defend Earth, he realized he was now agreeing with Vaz, and Vaz had admitted standing outside Halsey's holding cell in the Port Stanley with his sidearm on the point of dispensing the justice that bitch would never face in court. Only BB's intervention had stopped him. We need defending against the Catherine Halseys of the world more than the staff and Senskas. But that's not my job. Not while I wear this uniform. More's the bloody pity. It was a circular argument. Mal was close to banging his head on the glass deck to make himself stop when the reflection of a ghostly blue cube drifted into the window behind him. I'm not even going to ask what you're doing, BB settled on the deck right in Mal's eyeline, landing gently like an air balloon. But you'll never get a decent suntan here. Just thinking. Remind me why the Jelly Boys did this to the deck. I asked them nicely. Why? Because Naomi's fascinated by astronomy, and I thought she'd like it. What's your brain donor? A bit of a ladies' man? I have no idea. Why? Because you're very smarmy with the female crew, and prone to pissing contests with the male ones. Which I win. BB could somehow say that with a wink, despite the fact that nothing in his avatar changed at all. But I can see why you'd be envious of my effortless charm. Mal eased himself off the deck, pressed up style, and knelt back on his heels. So, you really think that Naomi's old man is planning to glass Earth? That's quite an extrapolative leap. Yeah, but everyone's making it. You feel sorry for him, don't you? Of course I bloody well do. Only cost him his wife and his kids. And now we're going to finish the job. Yay us, as Phyllis would say. Oh, we don't know how it's going to turn out yet, do we? You're going to miss the Admiral's briefing. BB buzzed him like a fly. Chop chop, move it. Staff gets some exercise. Don't you start, that's all I hear from Vaz. Mal got to his feet and headed for the bridge. Up ladders, through decks, and along passages. A quick jog in a small ship. BB went ahead of him, occasionally doing dice rolls and singing something vaguely nautical to himself that sounded like Gilbert and Sullivan. But Mal could never remember which one was HMS Pinafore and which one was Pirates of Penzance. Were all AIs like this? Mal had never worked with one before, but he knew he'd be disappointed if the next one he met wasn't a good mate as BB is. BB wasn't some user-friendly interface. He was a proper bloke, albeit a posh and educated one. Mal sometimes felt the urge to tell him. The cocky little sod knew, though. Phillips and Devereaux were chatting to Osmond at the navigation station console when Mal arrived. Phillips looked up and brandished his data pad, like it was going to be an off-topic of the briefing. Staff, there's been a change of plan, Osmond said. Mal parked his backside on the edge of the chart table. Osmond could always take a joke. Bugger me, ma'am, I'm stunned. I've never known that to happen before in the entire history of the UNSC. Given the extreme intense interest now in Pious Inquisitor, henceforth known as P.I., because I'm fed up with repeating the name, Parangoski would like us to retrieve her in one piece. Shame, Mal said, relieved. He'd imagined a scenario of having to fire on a couple of Shivas at Staff and Senska and then trying to live with the knowledge that he'd killed a guy who had the moral high ground. I love big explosions. Phillips handed him the datapad. It was a transcript in English. That's our buddy Telcam talking about some Kigyar. I don't have a name yet, but it's obviously a female, because he's referring to her as ship mistress. Quite a courtesy coming from him. The usual Sangheili term for female Kigyar translates roughly as overbreeding chicken bitch. Of course, she might just literally be that, Osmond said. A ship's commanding officer. They trusted them with missionary ships and the odd frigate. Mal scrolled through the file and picked out a few key words. He noted that Telcam was asking the Kigyar to find a ship and notify him not to bring it back. Well, that was academic. If Telcam was worried about the buzzards welshing on the deal and holding the ship to ransom, then he wasn't going to be able to enforce the look don't touch order unless he'd had a warship of his own on instant standby. Otherwise, the Kigyar could hotwire the Inquisitor and be light years away in seconds. He's going to follow her then, Mal said, because he wouldn't take a Kigyar's word for anything. Osmond shrugged. Well, we never actually planned to stop him using PI, remember? He just happens to lose her mid-battle, so no actual harm done if he does reclaim her. But we've never recovered a fully functional capital ship intact from the Covenant, let alone one that might have some interesting data in her systems. So, why can't our Huragok add Covenant gizmos? Phillips asked. I thought they all shared data. If they maintain the Covenant fleet, don't they remember all the blueprints or whatever? If I were fleet, I'd be asking them to add ventral beams to 2 or 3 of Infinity. Good point, Phyllis, Mal said. Maybe the Covenant didn't want the engineers swapping trade secrets with the rest of the fleet, though. We can find Infinity's engineers for the same reasons. Yeah, fleet procurement's still bitching about that, Osmond sounded weary. They wanted a Huragok in every vessel. We should have never told them we had them. But that's what happens when you have a car share Infinity with Sync Fleet. Trust us, we're Oni, Phillips said, in a mock professional voice. We'll make the best of these little chaps. They're perfectly safe with us. Osmond didn't volunteer information about plans for ventral beams or anything else by the way of mass destruction, but Mal was starting to think the Oni way now. If Oni had commissioned a vessel with a ventral beam, it would only mean one thing, that they were thinking about glassing the Sangheili. And Admiral Hood was pretty old-fashioned about sticking to the peace treaty. He'd shaken hands with the Arbiter. Acquiring a Covenant ship with glassing kit was politically expedient alternatives. Mal could imagine Parangoski smiling at Hood and telling him that they were just capturing more Covenant hulls to reverse engineer them. Same as they'd done for Forerunner technology for years. And he wouldn't believe her, of course. But he'd back off. Parangoski might well have wielded more practical power than Hood, and she'd undermined the fleet to help the Sangheili rebels. But she'd avoid an internal civil war. God bless the old girl. She was about getting the job done. So Osmond stretched out in her seat and meshed her hands behind her head. Ideas, people? Assuming we get to PI first, Devereaux said. How do 6 of us seize a ship that size? Not that they'll have a full crew, and they'll only be Kigyar, but they're not good odds even for ODSTs. BB materialized in the middle of the conversation. Just let me find a carrier wave, and I'll be in there like a rat up a drain pipe. They don't have AIs like me. Well, nobody does, because I'm unparalleled magnificence. But once I'm in their systems, sorry about that. But once I'm in their systems, I'll smack down any lockout defenses they might have in the computer, paralyze the ship, and vent the atmosphere. It's hard to fight back when you're sucking vacuums. And once I'm in, I can drive the tub too. Home in time for tea. Splice the main brace and all of that. Phillips smiled fondly. I'm glad you're on our side, BB. Oh, flatterer BB settled on Phillips's lap. Phillips reached out instinctively and almost patted him like a dog, but it was hard to touch pure light. He looked a bit embarrassed. You're lucky I'm a paragon of virtue, and that I've got a soft spot for you mucky little meat bags. Okay, I like the sound of that, Osmond nodded. So all we've got to do is find PI and establish the right kind of comms link. I've been trying to place a call, so to speak, BB said, but wherever she is, she's in radio silence, which is very wise. Mal tossed a crumpled scrap of paper at him. It passed through the hologram and landed on Phillips's lap. Well, if it was easy, you wouldn't need meat bags, would you? Mal looked at Osmond. Shall we pull Naomi out, ma'am? One-woman army or not, her father's going to spot her sooner or later. She won't welcome it. Someone's got to keep Telcam busy and deliver his weapons. Can't leave that to Phyllis, not even if Dev's holding his hand. or any other part of his anatomy. Phillips scrunched up the paper pellet to bullet hardness and threw it back at Mal. True. And Parangoski is sure she wants the ship in one piece, Mal asked. Or at least with repairable damage, Osmond said. So it's worth a try. Okay, because it occurs to me that the easiest way to deal with this is just to sit back and see if Staffen takes the ship and heads for Earth. Planetary defenses should be able to handle one battle cruiser. It's not like he's got an entire fleet. It may well come to that. So do you still want me to deploy to New Tyne then, ma'am? If it had been up to Mal, he'd have held Naomi back for the arms run. Telcam, and never let her near Venezia, no matter how useful she was. She could have inserted into Sydney, Mombasa, or any other big city full of millions of assorted humans, and nobody would have taken much notice of her. But New Tyne was a small town, suspicious. For a moment, he wondered if Osmond might be using her as bait for her father. Would she really do that, though? Jesus. I really like the boss as a human being, but she isn't Parangoski's chosen one because she does charity work. Osmond looked like she was thinking it over. Okay, you and Vaz can focus on Staff and Senska, and Spencer can keep tabs on Fell. I'll pull Naomi out to keep an eye on Telcam. She spread her hands. I'll admit it, I screwed up. I should have pulled her out as soon as I knew Senska was there. But now that he's directly involved with the ship, it's pushing things too far. Just because she's a Spartan doesn't mean she's an automatic best choice for this task, and I'm sorry. Mal had a lot of faith in Osmond, not because she never made mistakes, but because she was ready to admit when she had. He could have told her right from the start that she was taking a gamble for all the wrong reasons. Naomi wanted to be in the thick of anything, and seemed to need to show she could put personal issues aside in tight spots. She'd practically insisted on arresting Halsey to prove she hadn't been too brainwashed in worshipping an old cow to follow Oni orders. Now, she looked like she was making the same point with her father. Fair enough, ma'am. Naomi and Vaz had only been in New Tyne for a few days, so Naomi could be withdrawn without provoking too many questions. I'll relieve her. She won't like it, but it's not like she won't have plenty to keep her busy on the Sangheili side. And we could do with another dropship, ma'am, Devereaux said. You can fly dropships, can't you? I'm pretty sure Naomi's qualified too. We can always enlist BB to get her up to speed. Osmond seemed relaxed about it now. Anyway, Mal and Vaz have some skills. Isn't that right, Staff? Trained enough to commandeer a Spirit, at least. Mal shrugged. The Covenant dropship was still on Criterion, maybe even still airworthy. But it wasn't a flight he ever wanted to make again. I'm not saying it was a perfect landing, ma'am, and it did take 3 of us to do it. Plus, it was a case of fly or die, as I recall. Devereaux's got a point, though. There might come a time when we need to be 2 places at once, and Stanley's not a shuttle. Okay, Dev, talk to Bravo 6 and see what they can drop off within reasonable range, and then Adge and Leaks can modify it. Evan make contact with Telcam and find out where and when he'll take a weapons drop. He's still pissed off about us forcibly extracting him from Vidam. Lack of gratitude noted. But you've still got something he wants. The translations of the inscriptions at the Anton Temple. Phillips beamed. I've never bribed anyone with a Bible before. Boy, when I do my lecture tour. When this is ever declassified. Only joking, Admiral. Okay, dismissed. Let's crack on. Mal went down to the hangar deck with Devereaux while Phillips diverted to his listening station. Tartcart, the Pelican dropship modded beyond recognition by the 2 engineers, sat clamped to the deck. The ship looked the same shape as before, more or less, but now she had a version of Infinity's top-end slip-space drive with the hull reinforcement to go with it, instant FTL comms, and even more stealth features than Oni had originally fitted. Mal wondered what would happen if he gave the engineers a shoebox and a pile of scrap metal and told them to go crazy with it. As long as they had enough raw materials, they seemed to be able to build anything out of anything else. There was a fortune to be made post-war, he decided. Military hardware was probably the least of their issues. Or uses. I'm going to set myself up for a custom vehicle salesman, he said, hauling himself into Tart Cart Crew Bay and sitting on the edge of the folded ramp. He could smell the jasmine air freshener. Whatever you asked an engineer to install, you get it. Or an upmarket patisserie shop. Kitchen appliances, Devereaux said. The coffee tastes more like liquid bliss every time they upgrade the gallery machine. So, who needs instruments of death and destruction? We do, actually. Devereaux climbed in and prodded him with her boot. You better warn Vaz and Naomi and arrange an RV point. She's not going to be happy. I know. She'll think we think she's going soft. Just remind her that if Telcam gets stroppy, she's the only one strong enough to punch him out. She's better deployed there. That's a very persuasive argument. You should be a sergeant, Dev. I am. Staff. Okay, let's aim for 48 hours. That should give them enough time to tie up any loose ends that she started. Mal dropped down off the ramp. Where would you hide the battlecruiser, Dev? Devereaux shrugged. A distant system, a shipyard, among all things, other big ships? Or right under everyone's nose. If I had the stealth kit, nobody spotted Stanley so far. Have they? Or Tart Cart? Which reminds me, Leaks, are you in there? What do you know about elite armor? The engineer drifted out of the cockpit door, rubbing his tentacles together. Mal had no idea what that meant, but it made the creature look like he was wiping his hands in the oily rag mechanic style. No, I'm out here now. Leak's artificial voice was deeper and lower than Adge's. He was also ploddingly literal in a way that might actually have been sarcasm. It was hard to tell. I know much about Sangheili armor. The active camo, the invisible stuff, can you coat the ship in it? In theory, but Loose Woman's transport already has stealth camouflage, much more stable, Loose Woman. Wow. It took Mal a moment to work out that he meant Tart Cart. The translator was a constant source of entertainment. I meant big warships. Devereaux held her hands wide apart, like an angler bragging about the size of the one that got away. Battle cruisers. Some capital ships have stealth measures, but nothing is foolproof. She'll give herself away sooner or later, Mal said. Someone's got to go and get her. Someone's got to open the hatch or ditch gash. There's always a trail. We'll find her. He went back to his cabin and started selecting the clothes for his kit. And wallet litter that would make him look like a bloke who'd finally had enough of the UNSC and didn't plan to wait to be discharged. If he thought about Senska's family hard enough, he suspected he might convince even himself that it was true. New Tyne, Venezia. Naomi took the news that she'd been retasked without as much of a blink. It was a bad sign. Vaz had noticed signs of a thaw in her, but the freeze was now back. You had doubts about all of this yourself, Vaz said, remember? I thought I'd be too conspicuous. Still, I have my orders. She glanced down at herself, and the civilian clothes were getting on her nerves. Someone's got to deal with Telcamp Phillips. Can't handle that on his own. Vaz tapped his watch, trying to change the subject. We still got time to establish our presence in the bars. When someone starts looking for a crew, UNSC deserters will be part of the scenery, and we'll have all the right contacts. Mal can walk in later, and it'll all look fine, like there's a few of us trying to lie low. What makes you think my father will recruit a crew? Vaz scratched the scar on his jaw. Look, we don't know if your dad's involved in any of this yet. Don't humor me. What else will we be doing with Fell? Okay, if he's bought himself a battlecruiser, it's for humans. He'll want as many humans in the crew as he can, not Kigyar, because he's not stupid. They don't do causes. He'll want people who are committed. Kigyar know a lot more about crewing Covenant ships than we do. But it's not their war. Venezia wants arms to attack Earth, or to defend Venezia. If they think the UNSC is going to resume counterinsurgency operations. You think we might? She seemed to think he was humoring her, but they were both standing there, living proof that the UNSC had forgotten the colonial insurgency at all, was taking steps to preemptively renew it, which was also what might start again anyway. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy, as wars usually were. Really? Look, we're making judgments based on what we know, not what he knows. We think this is some payback for abducting you because we know what happened. He doesn't even know you're still alive. I think he's more worried about Earth attacking New Tyne, and he's got enough reason to contribute a battlecruiser to the cause. Remember that Venezia minded its own business for years. The only thing that kicked it off again was Ariadne showing up and asking for emergency help. Naomi had now pulled down the shutters completely. She looked right through him, eyes dead and bloodless. Vaz was upset to think that he could shut out so easy, so quick. But she'd probably had to learn to do that to cope with what had happened to her. He tried to make allowances. Well, there's no point speculating, she said. Let's go out and do the deserter act, put ourselves out a bit. It was a very un-Naomi thing to say, a measure of her anxiety. Vaz wondered why he'd ever believed that Spartans were immune to the things that affected everyone else. They're human. Whatever extras they got, however messed up their systems are, however indoctrinated they had been, they're human, just better at hiding it. He secured the house and they drove off to look for bars on the Spencer's list. New Tyne was a very small town, a place where people knew each other by sight, if not by name, and they noticed newcomers sooner rather than later. Vaz headed towards the center of town and pointed out a brick-fronted single-story building with the two wide windows obscured by security mesh. The sign read, Stavros, Middle West Asian Cuisine and Bar. Naomi made a huh noise. I hope the cooking is better than his geography. Spencer says this place is popular with the Kigyar. A couple of men were standing outside talking. When the door opened, Vaz could see tables and a long bar inside. And I admit I have no idea what they serve in there that could be of interest to buzzards, except doner kebab. They were both on unknown territory then. Naomi had been fighting aliens for more than 25 years, but Vaz was sure she'd never encountered them in a social environment any more than he had. They were supposed to be recent deserters, though, so complete ignorance was a tidy bit for their cover story. 25 years. Damn, she was already on the front line when I was a kid. Vaz parked close to the building for a quick exit, if he needed it, and stopped to look over the menu in the window. The dishes seemed to cover everything east of the Balkans. Maybe Stavros wasn't so navigationally challenged after all. Naomi scanned the menu, unmoved. Mal advised me to stay away from the pies and anything that involved reformed meat. He's from Wolverhampton. Take his advice. He opened the door and walked in, trying to pitch his confidence at the right level. Not too aggressive, but not too nervous either. Noise and smells hit him. Gross. Cross between a swimming pool and a chicken shed. And garlic. Good sign. Everyone glanced their way to check who'd walked in. It was quite an education. Vaz had often wondered how Kigyar drank with those long beak-like muscles. He'd had a mental image of them dipping their beaks into the liquid and tipping their heads back like ducks. And that was exactly what some of them were doing. Most, though, had opted to drink straight from the bottle. It was hard to tell what they were drinking. For all he knew, alcohol might have been toxic to them, but it seemed like a human social activity that the Kigyar had adopted to oil the wheels of commerce. I know this sounds weird, Naomi said, leaning on the bar, but have you noticed we've never fought any species with proper lips capable of forming a tight seal? She seemed relaxed again. Vaz put a couple of bills on the counter. Well, there's grunts. They can pucker up, kind of. A bartender, a woman, who looked even older than Parangoski, zeroed in on them like a missile. "What can I get you, kids?" Vaz indicated the Kigyar with a jerk of his head. "What are they drinking?" "You don't want that." She pulled a face. "It's sugars and fats, basically not liquor. They've got funny digestions." "Okay, 2 beers and a plate of mezzi to share then." There was a bowl of bagged snacks on the counter, and some of these for starters. The old woman opened a couple of bottles and put them in front of Vaz with 2 unbreakable glasses. "You're new. What brings you here?" "A pressing need to avoid the UNSC. "Looking for work?" "When the money runs out." "Engineers?" "No, but we're combat trained." "Pity," the old woman said. "Lot of demand for engineers and pilots." Vaz took his beer, and Naomi followed him to the table by the window. A guy standing at the bar looked over for a moment, then turned away sharply. Vaz wasn't sure if it was because she reminded the guy of her father or because Vaz had shot him a hands-off look without even thinking about it. She'd obviously noticed. "How am I supposed to deal with that?" she whispered, taking Vaz's lead and putting her elbows on the table, leering. Vaz took a pull at his beer. Avoid eye contact and don't smile. Carry on looking like you'd rip his head off for a bet. It's obviously worked." I'm reassured. A group of Kigyar at a table on the far side of the room were having a loud debate in a weird mix of Sangheili, English, and something that was probably a Kigyar dialect from pre-Covenant days. Phillips would have been very fascinated. One of them was stabbing a claw at his companion's quills raised. Vaz was waiting to see a fight break out, but Kigyar always came across as shrill and argumentative, whatever the topic. Vaz opened the packet of unidentified snacks and crunched loudly on one. Whatever the snack was made from, it must have scored a 9 on the Mohs scale. He was sure he'd broken a tooth. He left the bag on the table between them. Naomi tried one while she watched the Kigyar. "Ow." "Yeah, Mal would love these." "Have you seen what he eats? Those disgusting rendered pigskin things?" "How long do we do this?" "Couple of hours." "You never killed time at a bar, have you?" "No, I haven't." "You realize this is the first conversation I've had in months that BB hasn't been able to overhear?" They just looked at each other. They could now say anything they wanted to, but Vaz couldn't think of a single thing that he'd been dying to say without BB overhearing. He automatically censored everything he said anyway, always expecting to be recorded or overheard, whether via a helmet link or radio net or simply under the unsleeping vigilance of a ship AI. Now he was in a bar, where the customers would probably put a round through his head if they knew what he was. He had to be careful what he said here too. Naomi didn't say a thing. The Kigyar conversation was probably more interesting anyway. Occasionally English words popped out of the jumble of alien language. Fool, delusional, waste, and doomed. Whatever the context, it seemed to really piss off one of them. He slapped both of their hands down hard on the table to lean over with his quills raised and his beak wide open like an angry starling. The other Kigyar half rose and leaned over the table too, complete with a quill on display and hissing, and for the moment Vaz waited for feathers to start flying. If they hadn't all been carrying sidearms, it might have looked rather funny. Then one lowered his quills and pulled back a little, and everyone sat down and went back to chattering. A guy at a nearby table glanced in Naomi's direction. He was mid-40s, with buzz-brown hair, and a build of someone used to hard physical labor. "Good thing that buzzards don't get drunk," he said. Vaz found himself suddenly annoyed that the guy started talking to Naomi. He hadn't realized he was so protective and jealous. Shit, she was a buddy, not his girlfriend. Where the hell had that come from? "What's their problem?" Vaz asked. "Just politics." The man waved it all away with a dismissive hand. "They're arguing about some female of theirs who wants to unite them with the Central Navy again, now that the Covenant's gone. Vaughn or something. It's too much like hard work for most of them. They prefer piracy. It's less paperwork." That was rich coming from a citizen on a rebel world. But Venezia didn't seem to be organized and orderly, regardless of what some of its residents were doing for a living. A couple of the Kigyar glanced their way. Vaz kept looking at the guy with the buzz cut in case he started a fight by accident. He'd done that far too often. I hear Kigyar government is afraid of its masses, Vaz said, which is the way it should be. The guy laughed and drained his glass. They don't seem to have a functioning government at all. It's kind of a piracy cooperative. What do they want? More stuff? That's about the size of it. Vaz lowered his voice. I never mixed with them socially. Last time I saw one is through rifle optic. I don't think that they'll take it personally if your credit is good. The guy seemed to be addressing his answers to Naomi. Vaz couldn't work out if it was because she reminded him of Staffen, or if he was planning to hit on her. Vaz braced to step in. He was pretty sure she wouldn't handle that well. So you two are new in town, yeah? I'm guessing ex-UNSC, and not the pay cops either? Word got around faster than you expected. We had creative differences, Vaz said. You know how it is. The man stood up and put his small flex card on the table. A slip of bright orange plastic. You'll be at a premium then. The militia here always needs recruits. Professionals, I mean. That card's good for a couple of drinks in the bar in any town. So when you get bored, show up at the barracks and ask for Nairn. That's you? Yeah. Yeah. Naomi suddenly decided to speak. Are you expecting trouble? Well, the colonies haven't forgotten Earth, Nairn said. And I'm pretty sure Earth hasn't forgotten the colonies. Now the Covenant's imploded. It won't be long before they remember they had to put a trebuchet on the back burner. Vaz watched him go. Trebuchet was the code name for the last counterinsurgency operation against the colonies before Vaz was ever born. So they got very long memories here, or he was one of us. It could well have been both, of course. He turned the flex card over and studied it. I didn't even know they had made these. He mimed the flexing action. They break along the stress lines, snap one off, and spend it. In an uncertain world, analog beats digital every time, Naomi said. Venetia's banking system never going to be screwed by a power outage. This thing might be enhanced. Vaz had to consider that it might be a tracking device. Maybe I should leave it here. Because that's what we do. Because we've tagged every piece of hardware we've supplied to Telcam so we can follow it. Neither of us have any idea if a piece of plastic is a threat or just a free drink. Look at the world we've created for ourselves. But they'd made first contact with the militia, and all they'd had to do was walk into a bar in a small community. Either that, or they know what we really are. They'd find out soon enough. The mezzi arrived, a plate of interesting things that might or might not have had a passing acquaintance with Greece, although some of them looked more like dim sum and sushi. Vaz was pretty sure the glistening white lumps were cheese, and the dark green parcels were stuffed or with cabbage leaves of some kind. The meatballs and small kebab-type things. He'd try them when the beer had stiffened his resolve a little. He decided to pass on the miniature bowls of what he could only think of as road crash involving baby octopus. Naomi peered at all of them. Well, the sign did warn us, she said. I'll try the meatballs. Vaz watched her chewing. Too risky. Pork, I think. What, too scared? Are you a hell jumper? Diarrhea sealed drop pods. They don't mix. You think? Try living in your armor. They burst out laughing, but it only lasted a few seconds. Then Naomi's face froze, and for a moment, Vaz thought she might burst into tears, but she didn't. She just composed herself and retreated behind the Spartan indifference. Should we be worried about the Kigyar nationalists, she asked. Like the man said, they enjoy pillage, but paperwork is too much of a pain in the ass. Vaz would pass the intel on to Osman on the next radio check. He wasn't going to lose any sleep over it. They finished the mezza and spent the flex card on a couple of beers and takeout, and wandered down the street. just looking around in the way that any innocent deserters who were new to the town would. Vaz activated the recorder in his jacket to capture a few faces that passed just for BB to run through facial recognition. But he didn't lose sight of the fact that the most sophisticated intelligence operation in human history had still managed to miss Stefan Zenska for the usual banal reason: human nature. In a way, it reassured him humans could still screw systems. They weren't slaves to any machines. Naomi went silent again. Somehow, it added to the authenticity of her cover. Two people who knew each other so well that they hardly had anything to discuss. When she finally spoke, it made him jump. "If I'm leaving," she said suddenly, "then there's something I need to do." "Sure?" She went from quiet to almost inaudible. "Let's take a look at the chart. How close can we get to Mount Longdon Road?" It took Vaz a moment for the penny to drop. "You want to go look at your dad's house? Observe." Vaz nearly asked her if she thought that was a good idea, but what harm could it do? If she thought she could take it, if it helped her come to terms with what had been done to her, then he'd go along with it. "Okay." Vaz turned around and they walked back to the Warthog. He did a discreet check for explosive devices and bugs with the handheld scanner he'd used to track tagged weapons before heading south out of town. There was a park. Vaz thought that was the weirdest thing. A park with picnic tables and sports fields on a planet that was the #1 destination in the galaxy for terrorists. But they had kids and families like everyone else except us. He realized Mal was right. He really did watch too many apocalyptic globe war movies. Humans were pretty domestic, even angry humans that wanted to blow other humans up. He ran the 3D projection of Venezia on his datapad while they sat in the hog and watched a bunch of kids playing field hockey. Surreal didn't quite cover it. The mapping sweep that Port Stanley's sensors had compiled from orbit showed one conurbation, New Tyne, with a few scattered settlements in a 10 or 15 kilometer radius, a mix of factories, farms, and all of the other processes that needed to stay outside of the city limits. Most of Venezia was an uninhabited wild wilderness. Vaz loomed in on the network of roads that ran out of New Tyne into the countryside. So if that was the south, then Mount Longdon Road had to be this one. And that was the old quarry. He zoomed in on and tilted the projection to check the line of sight from the vantage points near the house. It was the kind of surveillance that BB could have carried out by dropping a tiny surveillance drone to hold position a few hundred meters above the house. But Naomi obviously needed to see this herself. "There," Naomi said. She pointed to the hillside covered in bushes that looked like gorse. "We could lay up there, assuming they don't have any surveillance sats of their own up there that we've missed. Or if we pull back to here and use the scope, we won't necessarily look suspicious if we're spotted." She was going to do it anyway, and he knew it. All he could say was okay. It was definitely Mount Longdon Road. In that oddly bureaucratic, respectable way that Venezia had, there was a proper road sign, of that kind that Vaz would have found in Sydney or St. Petersburg. The nearest place to park the Warthog meant a walk of a couple of 100 meters. It was a nice afternoon, so he took 2 bottles of beer to help him pass themselves off as a couple just killing time, while they worked out what they were going to do now that they were on the run. Naomi wandered down into the gorse. He lost sight of her for a moment or two, but he could still hear her boots swishing through the grass. When he caught up with her, she was sitting on the ground in a gap between some bushes, hugging her knees and looking down the hill, at a sprawling 2-story house with a lot of land and outbuildings. It was much closer than Vaz expected, and left him a little exposed. He wasn't sure what to say. "Is that it?" Naomi nodded. "If this is making you uncomfortable, just say." "No, I'm fine." He knew how to keep his position hidden. It was no big deal. He settled down, opened the beers, and passed her one. "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm not drunk." That isn't what I meant. If you're asking if I'm going to lose it, I've already seen Dad once today. Twice won't kill me. But she did call him Dad. Vaz was prepared for anything. There were still thousands, maybe millions of displaced people wandering around the inner colonies, refugees from all of the worlds that had been glassed in the war. And sometimes he let himself wonder if his father might be one of them. No possessions or ID, not entered in any database, still trying to get home to his son. He hardly remembered his father now. He'd been 4 when his dad had left Earth for a few weeks to work on a construction project on Lostwithel. But the Covenant had shown up, and Oleg Beloy had never returned. How would he react if he saw his father now out of the blue, back from the dead? He hoped he'd take it calmly like Naomi, but he doubted it. They sat watching for a couple of hours. Vaz had to take a leak behind a bush, and later Naomi disappeared for a few minutes as well. If they hung around too long, he'd miss the next radio check. But he could signal with his personal comms a brief blip so BB would know they weren't in trouble. Suddenly Naomi stiffened and leaned forward. Look. They were so close to the house, and it was so quiet that Vaz felt as if they were sitting on the doorstep. He couldn't see the front door, but he could hear a vehicle coming. A pickup turned into the front yard and parked halfway up the gravel drive, and a man in his late 20s and early 30s, medium brown hair, medium build, got out of the driver's side and opened the passenger door. A little girl with long blonde hair and blue dungarees climbed out backward as if she was frightened or falling. The guy scooped her up and sat her on his lap, laughing, as Staffan Senska appeared on the porch and held out both arms to the kid. "Grandpa," she squealed. Vaz had no idea what the effect would be on Naomi, but it floored him completely. He couldn't look at her. He just watched Staffan, with what was obviously the new family he'd built on the wasteland of his old life, and had no idea how to fit that into what he thought he knew about the Senskas. Staffan took the little girl, and they disappeared into the house happy and normal. Maybe Staffan wasn't bent out of shape about Naomi at all. Vaz risked turning to look at her for a second, and he thought he saw something, but then her expression went completely blank. It always did when things got bad. Vaz knew by now. "Well," she said, "looks like I've got relatives." We're 8 minutes early, but I'm done. Chapter 4 starts next week, and we're on page 96, so we're 4 pages short of 100, but I don't feel like reading the 4 pages to get to 100 makes sense, because it'd be the middle of a chapter where we'd quit. So, that's it for today. Let's see what you guys were giggling about for today. I'm obligated to buy your book when you finish it. Okay. I did a great job today. Thank you. I feel like I stumbled over some stuff at the beginning, but thank you. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say thank you again to Ambient Wonders. Like that. Check it out. Go click on it yourself. Like, share, subscribe. It's cool stuff. I'm going to go reboot my coffee. And I'm going to fire up Halo. We're going to jump in the Discord and hang out with our friends, which I think is awesome and amazing. And I don't know why the heart rate monitor is going, because it's not on. It's literally not on me right now. So that's kind of hilarious, actually. But we'll put the watch on and turn the heart rate monitor back. How about we go like that? We'll turn the heart rate monitor back on when I'll just leave it up, whatever. We'll turn it back on when we put the watch on and start playing some Halo. There's the Halo music. All right, give me just a moment, and I'm gonna go reboot my coffee, and then we'll come back and hang out some more. Makes you feel better. I'm still rubber banding, so I didn't notice your stumbles. Oh no, there was a few. At the very beginning, I felt like it was a little bit more stumbly than usual. And then I'm not really tired. Like, I feel like I could continue to read today, and I know that we're a little early. Heavenly Eden Woman, hi. Welcome to the awesome. How are you? I'm Spartan John, or on Thursdays they call me the Book Daddy. That's what one of the communities that rated me nicknamed me. So hi. You seem like something is on your mind. Um. Hmm. Maybe there's a lot of things on my mind. Actually, I could orate to you. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I'm so glad your wife made you that mug. Right. I'm so glad that we've made friends with communities who have come and given me these funny names. And then, of course, the other side of the mug, for all of you that don't get to see it, is the picture of my helmet with the sandwich on top. That's the side that I get to look at when I drink the coffee. All right. Give me a second. I've got a snack. I'm gonna go grab another snack. I'm gonna fill up my coffee cup, and we're gonna come back and hang out. We're gonna talk some Halo. I'm gonna finish cutting this piece of rubber, and we're gonna hang out in the Discord. Just give me a few minutes. Be right back. Here's the heart for everybody because you gotta have it. Like you haven't had one of these today, I'm sure. Anyway, I'll be right back. Watch the chair. It's your favorite anyway. I mean, second favorite, I hope. Oh, my hips are killing me this morning. Good lord. Okay. I have returned. Let's see. Hi. You seem like you have something on your mind. I'm so glad your wife made you that mug. Coffee. Go coffee and watch. Sleepy. Also, I recently got affiliate at the start of this month. 3rd day. Wow. Well, congratulations on becoming an affiliate. That is amazing. Also, that animation around the chat and the camera. Another streamer I know uses the same one for his streams. Yeah, it's I use it because it reminds me of Halo. Is why I use it. It 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 was a canned animated originally way back in the before time when I started streaming. It was a canned animated um a canned animated free whatever you call it theme, I think it's called. I think it's called a theme. And I was able to download it and then customize it. And I've just kept it because it's very Halo and that's what I like. So I actually pay for Streamlabs Premium now. So I have access to a bunch of other themes and I've considered changing it up. But every time I go and crawl through all the things that I could change it to, I always end up coming back to this one. And that's just because uh it's just because it again, it just keeps coming back to the games that I play. It feels more on brand with who I am and what I do, like the colors that I wear and stuff like that. Anyway, what's on my mind? What's on my mind today is just I was talking to Installation 00 about this book. I want to talk about it for a second, about how I feel about it before we start gaming, because I feel like one of the things that I do is I kind of talk about my perspective on things. And one of the thoughts that we were sharing, because a lot of people tell me that they don't like Karen Travis, the lady that wrote this book, or they don't like the way that she writes the novels because she demonizes the Halsey character. She demonizes the Halsey character by telling you repeatedly that Halsey kidnapped these children and that she brainwashed them and then she experimented on them and they became Spartans. And everybody who warned me about it said that she just beats you over the head with this like knowledge, like over and over and over again, to make you like build this hatred. And I actually went into the book and read it, and I, have been going through this series and reading it. And from my perspective, what I actually think is that she is just... I actually had this was a shower thought this morning, so first time you'll ever get to hear it. But I actually thought that, originally that she was just writing the novel from the perspective of... do I know the legendary 117? Yeah, we've played together. He's on my friends list. He's raided me a bunch of times through his streams. Yeah, he's cool people. Legendary 117, shout out to him. So anyway, so I think that what she's actually done is she's done a great job of capturing... So, think about it like this. It's the 2550s. And you don't even know who Catherine Halsey is. You got no idea. You don't know what she's done. You know nothing. Okay? But if you're an ODST, you have a pre-canned hatred for Catherine Halsey and the Spartans because I took a few of you to the gym and you didn't come back. That's why. Cause you beat on a kid in the gym who had just been augmented, and he kicked the shit out of your best trained dudes. Like, killed a few of them and sent a few to like the med bay for a long time. Like, that's a running joke. When I dress up as the Master Chief and my ODST buddies come by, I ask them if they want to go to the gym with me, and we all laugh, and then they all get quiet, and I just look at them judgmentally through my visor. They can't see me, of course. The funny thing is, there is one of them that's taller than me, so when I look up at him, it's kind of like this. They still can't see me. Haha, it's funny. So, hmm. So when you think about it from that perspective, now you're in ODST and you're put on this ship, and you they peel back all of the knowledge of what has happened with Halsey and the Spartans, and now you have a Spartan on board, and you're meeting them and you're humanizing. I'm really actually surprised that they haven't touched on the ODST and Spartan rivalry more here, because ODSTs hate Spartans. So the fact that the ODSTs accept Naomi, and that's okay, and there's not a lot of hot-headedness or a lot of heat between them, is something that I think is actually lost in this story, that they could have added, that would have made value, would have added some pressure to the story that may have been more needed, and it could have been better utilized, maybe. I don't know. I haven't finished the book yet, obviously, but so now you have an ODST finding out about what Halsey did, and then finding out about this, and so as it builds and builds and builds, you continue to think that, like, as a human being finding out all this information, it would be really hard to not demonize Catherine Halsey, because from their perspective, they're just finding out about these things that she did, right? So I don't think that I think that Karen Travis does a really good job putting people in a place that they would really be. I imagine that if you were just finding out about something like this, you would be appalled and hurt. You would also be very like, what the hell about it? And yeah, 'tis what I got. Um I think that she does a good job. I think she's doing a good job writing those characters. I'm not upset about it. I think she also does a really good job humanizing Dr. Halsey, as she has been locked up. There's a scene, I believe it's in the last book, where she's locked away, and they just come back to her, and she's crying about her daughter that she lost in the war. So I think that there's a lot of good things that she's doing here. I don't feel as uh hateful towards her writing style as I think a lot of people are. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh, let's see. What do you guys think about the book so far? For those of you who have read it already, or those of you who have are just experiencing it with us for the first time, what do you think? Mm. Basically, what you missed today was a lot of setup. They just talked about the Kikyar, and then for a long time, mostly about the ship and acquiring it. I feel like there was a little bit of setup where they were sitting on the spaceship looking down at the planet through the glass floor and whatnot. Um, for the most part, though, and like I said, it would. Um, I'm really interested to see where this book ends up. This is a longer book by about 100 pages than the last two books, so uh, you know, I think a lot of the stuff people don't like in this book is the having to come to terms with very emotional topics. In this book, um, the first 50 pages had me crying twice because of the way that she captured the perspective of Stefan losing a child, like the psyche in his mind and the way she kind of wrote that. And I kind of thought about that as I was reading it and sort of just felt it live. Like I didn't have a chance to like go through it and decompress or any of those things. It just sort of hit me like here it is. I think that that's very uh you know, yeah. Hmm. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, craziness. The the topics that the way that she's writing it is good. I think she's a good author. Her pace is pretty good. She goes into spurts of like she goes into spurts where she explains things in these short little bursts for a little while, which I don't I don't know if I love it or hate it. Anyway, I'm enjoying the books. I can't wait to see where it ends. And yeah, for everybody that's interested in knowing what I'm doing next week, I will be at SummerCon, Washington State SummerCon. It's at the Pew Outlet Fairgrounds. It's like $75 for the weekend if you want to go. You can run into me. You can take a picture with me and all of the people at the 405 booth. I also want to say hi to another upcoming cosplay group called the Seven Core. They're a really awesome group of cosplayers who are also, some of them are also part of the 405. We love to cosplay as Halo together. A lot of us. And let's see. And Nikki will be there too with her camera. She's the person that takes all of, with exception of the cosplay professional shots that I take with Ben, that's triple click photography. Nikki is the only other photographer that I have worked with and want to work with on my photos. She we've known her personally for such a long time, and she's been a avid photographer as long as I've known her. Um, I can't think of anybody else that I would want to come and be part of my life and take my photos to share with the internet. As a matter of fact, she took some pictures with me in October that I've been threatening to post online, and I promise you that I'm going to sit down with her here in the next several days on Discord and put together an Instagram post and start putting some of those out for you guys to see. It's about time to start building the awesome on Instagram some more and building momentum into the convention season because we're coming right into the heart of it. And that's what we're gonna do. So check out the Instagram. If you haven't found that yet, you can look right here. There you go. That's me. All the places. I have two Facebooks. It was an accident. I had one that was personal and one that was Spartan John. Somehow they became mixed up and both became personal and both became Spartan John. I've connected them on Facebook, but there's still two. Find me on one. Don't be sad if I don't accept your friend's request or whatever for like ever because I don't Facebook a whole lot, but they're there and I do occasionally post. I know a lot of my other things cross post to Facebook, so that's how I keep you updated there. Sorry, not sorry. Hell yeah, got some road to HCS posts going. Yeah, no, it's a big deal. Big deal. Um, don't forget to check out the Discord for crafting updates. because I'm working on fixing my boots for the convention next week. And that's that. We're gonna say good morning. We're gonna say hi to who's in the Discord waiting for us. Is it Jimmy? It's no one. It's no one. No one's waiting. Okay. Well, ain't that about a bitch? Well, I'm in the Discord now live for anybody who wants to join us. We're there. Hey, John, a bunch of people think I should do the cosplay contest at HCS with my Halsey. Kat, I think that you should compete. I think that your artist eye, your attention to detail, and your ability to work with sewing fabric, your craftiness, I think you will, I would think that getting you on the stage and your cosplay will be amazing. I think that they will love you, and it will be glorious. I would not expect to win if you're good. If you're thinking that you're gonna walk out on the stage as Halsey and win, uh, you might have a hard time with that, and that's not me being a butthead. That's just me. Like a couple of years ago, Indigo Dog came as Dare, and she had the recon helmet and the whole kit. Like it was absolutely fantastic. Mike scored her perfect on her suit. Like she had the missing texture under her chest plate. It was amazing. Um, Halsey winning Worlds would upset a ton of folks. I would love it, but that's kind of one of the things that I'm saying is like, I think you would be great. I would love to see it. I would be excited to have you up there with us competing. I don't know if that's a winning play, just because the armor is so overwhelming and the flood. I mean, you saw the flood guy. Like, and this year, Lexi, we haven't seen her today, but she's doing Yap Yap the Destroyer. She's gonna be a grunt running around with a confetti cannon. It like I have told her for the last 2 years, every time I see her, hey Woofy, since I started knowing her more personally, every time I see her, I tell her, I can't wait for you to come to Worlds and destroy me this year in the cosplay contest. And she gets this big, embarrassed smile, and her cheeks kind of turn pink. And she goes, I think she says, don't gaslight me like that. I say gas lamp because I'm old as shit and I don't care. I think fucking it up makes the kids upset, and it's hilarious to me. So, but she's like, don't gaslamp me like that. Don't gaslight me. And I'm like, no, seriously. Like, she's like one of the best, yeah, Grunt Apocalypse. She's one of the best crafters I know. I'd like love her to death. I wish she would come to my house and spend some time with me, like beating me over the head with all the stupid shit that I do so I could be a better crafter. I actually don't want that because, I don't like being abused much. Anyway. For any of you that are interested, you can go look at some reels that are starting to post slowly on the YouTube. Installation 00 was kind enough and bored enough one day to crawl through the entirety of the reels and do some formatting on them and post them on a release schedule. So now you can giggle and laugh with John as things from the past start to surface and repeat. My favorite reel so far, I think, is one that Jimmy took. It's he labeled it 50 Shades of John, I think it was what it is. And it's me reading one of the books. I believe it was the Thursday War. And there's this part where it talks about how it doesn't matter because the females will beat him off or something like this. So I read this little portion of the book and I'm reading it and I go, and I stop and I look at the camera and I go, and then I just start giggling to myself because it's already escalated at this point to, Anyway, one of my favorite clips right now. It's only got like 17 views. I think they're all me. Haha. I played it for my wife. She rolled her eyes at me. Good morning, Kevin. How are you today? Well, it's actually afternoon, I guess, because it's afternoon now. Spit Earth to Kevin.
Just
Oh,
getting along.
there he is. You have coffee already this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Was it good coffee?
By my taste.
Okay. Well, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. I'm currently enjoying my veranda roast from Starbucks, also known as the blonde roast. The veranda and the blonde, they're roast. Anyway. One's espresso and one is more made for your coffee machine, but it doesn't matter. It's still coffee. They grind the same. Anyway, that's what I'm drinking right now. That's all I ever drink is the blonde roast. I won't drink anything else. That's not true. There are a couple of coffee shops that are not Starbucks that do sell white coffee. And that is a bean that is roasted a little less than a normal coffee bean and causing it to actually have a little more caffeine inside of it. And most of the time, it has a hazelnut flavor, which is interesting. And so I'll drink that if I don't go to Starbucks.
Wait. You were saying you hated hazelnut yesterday.
I hate it when it's an artificial flavor.
Oh, okay.
It's when it's like I said, it resembles hazelnut. It's not hazelnut itself, but it resembles hazelnut. But when you pour it out of like a creamer container, I've just never been my jam. Um
No, this is the beans have been roasted with the hazelnut stuff.
oh, so it's like in the ground, it's like in the beans. It's not like an artificial
Yes.
like pour. Oh, okay. Yeah, in that case it might be better.
They
Um
add other stuff to make it sweet, but
I also dislike hazelnut, the artificial versions. There you go. Oh yeah, the white coffee tastes like coffee-ish. Yeah, no, it's interesting. It's definitely a nuttier flavor. Considering that it's still a coffee bean, it's interesting. The flavor profile is completely different. Do we lose Woofy? You decide to drop Woofy, or was that Kevin crashing? Come on, Woofy, get back in here. You can play with us. Don't worry about it. Um, but yeah, anyway, it it it's okay. And baseball season is over. I got to chase down a couple of parents and give them their prints. Lena did a really good job making them. I'll have to show you guys one of them on the stream here. And then, anyway, it'd be like that sometimes. Anyway, we got a really great show today for everybody that's just signing on. We already read for 2 hours. We got about an hour and 40 minutes left in the awesome. The Mariners don't play today, so I'm wearing this for no reason apparently. But I felt like they needed to have this support, so I'm wearing my favorite. I usually button up this flannel, but it's a heavier flannel and it's supposed to be warm today, so I'm wearing it kind of like a jacket. And I'm wearing this crushed velvet brimmed Mariners hat today. It's like it reminds me. The crushed velvet reminds me of my childhood. Like all the hats and stuff used to be like this, and like it was the only thing you could buy. So everybody was like, "Yeah, cool, okay, whatever." And then when I was old enough to realize that crushed velvet was bullshit, I stopped buying it because it's hard to clean and it's fucked up. And then for some reason, I saw this hat at the hat store. And my wife was like, "What do you think about this one?" And I was like, "That crushed velvet hat is bullshit. I remember those from when I was a kid. Like the smallest amount of whatever, and there's like dirt just like pressed into it, and it never comes out, and you can't clean it." And then guess what? Son of a bitch followed me home. Talk about nostalgia for you, and the way it will make you do things to relive your childhood, sort of. I'm so scared to take this hat outside. I'm afraid to get it dirty. No shit. No giggles, Kevin. You're not in my. You don't remember any of these. Kevin's just dying to get his '80s shag carpet back.
no, 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 no.
What do you mean no?
No shag carpet.
What do you?
No.
Why not?
Because that was the bane of my childhood.
How many Hot Wheels did you lose in it?
They're not Hot Wheels, freaking Star Wars blasters and missiles and stuff like that.
Just gone into the shag forever.
Yeah, the nasty orange and brown with a little white shag carpet that would just. Oh, look, my stormtrooper gun. Oh, there it went.
All right, so I got a story about this. I'll start searching, but I got a story about this. So my parents bought a house. I remember when I was little, we lived in a yellow house in White Center. And I want to say it was 18th and 102nd, or 18th and 104th, or something like this. You can clean that with Ducky Dawn and a soft bristle brush. Okay, thank you for that. I would have never known. I would have had to look online or something to hope to clean it. But anyway, sorry I'm back with what a day. It's okay. It's okay, Jimmy. So anyway,
Shag carpets and popcorn ceilings. Ugh.
oh yeah, the popcorn ceilings. Oh my god, I remember those too. So my parents bought this house. I want to say they bought it in like 87, 89 maybe we moved into it. So we moved from a yellow house that they rented to this house that he bought. And it was like 2 blocks away on 17th and 102nd or 98th. We were between 98th and 100th on 17th. Anyway, we lived right behind a pizza joint and a gas station with a Circle K, and right across from that was a McClendon's Hardware, and right across from that was a Taco Time, and right across from that was also a Kentucky Fried Chicken, and then a little bit down the road was this. Anyway, it was a really cool place in White Center. It was a long ass time ago. It was cool. Anyway, long walk to get to where we're going, huh? Sorry, gotta breathe. Thought train has departed. What was I building to before I got sidetracked? Keeping you all engaged.
The nostalgia of living in
Oh, yeah, that's right.
early 70s, 80s house.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. So they decide to get the carpet cleaned. No shit. Like, my dad bought my mom a Kirby vacuum cleaner. So this carpet salesman shows up, and he demos this vacuum cleaner. And we've still got this 80s shag carpet. And I'm gonna say that the carpet fibers are like this long. It's like woven yarn hair just like hanging out on your floor. Like, for people that don't know what shag is, you have to Google it. It's terrible. It was in everything. It was in cars. It was in houses. It was everywhere. Go ahead.
The worst part was walking across that thing barefoot, because every once in a while, a toe would get snagged,
Oh.
and you would just yank your toe.
I never experienced that part. That sounds terrible. But what?
Yeah, you just rip your toe because it got caught as you moved your foot.
There you go. Fox knows. Some bathrooms had shag carpeting inside. And if you didn't have shag carpeting in the bathroom, they had these toilet carpets that would go around the bottom of the toilet. You can still buy them now, but they had them, and they had a mat that went in front of the shower, and people would like accessorize their towels, and those would be shag carpet. And that was the worst, because you'd get out of a shower and you'd step on that thing and it'd absorb all the water, and it'd be like this wet hair carpet that you were kind of like stepping on. It give me all sorts of tactile, disgusting, like, feedback thought right now, just thinking about like moist bathroom hair, and you're just standing in it.
Are you? Oh, I thought you said you were. It says you're in multiplayer.
I am. I'm sitting in the multiplayer right now.
Oh, I thought you said you were searching. Okay.
No. We got sidetracked on story time, and we were waiting for Woofy to come back. So I was just waiting for him. Now that he's back, We're gonna give Woofy we're gonna throw Woofy a bone and play one match of Firefight because he's been asking for a week. And I'm gonna pick it. Just give me a second. We're not doing King of the Hill.
Something unlimited ammo. I like the unlimited ammo ones.
Okay.
If possible.
Yeah, that's fair. That's perfect. Let's see. Something with unlimited ammo. That would be a Fiesta. Firefight. Grunt Apocalypse Fiesta. And Firefight Fiesta. Grunt Apocalypse Legendary. Grunt Apocalypse Fiesta. Firefight King of the Hill. Firefight King of the Hill. King of the Hill. Grunt Apocalypse. Grunt Apocalypse. It's regular Firefight. Grunt Apocalypse. No. Legendary King of the Hill. King of the Hill. Yeah. Is there no Fiesta King of the Hill standard, or is it all just Grunt Apocalypse King of the Hill now? That seems dumb.
I don't know.
Well, whatever. It's Grunt Apocalypse. Congratulations, Woofy. Shag in the bathrooms. Yeah, this is, like I said, this is terrible. Like, I remember those days, like, stepping out of a bath, and I was a kid, so I spilled water on the floor. So that was like I said, it was like a wet hair. It was like a wet bathroom hair. It was like if the floor of the bathroom was someone's back and it was hairy. That's what you stepped out of the tub onto. There, I said it. Moist, cold tile with hair on it. Yuck. Anyway, yeah, the 80s were great. And everybody smoked in the 80s. Everybody. And they didn't give a shit about you. Like, I was asthma kid, and my parents, my mom not so much, but my dad was like a pack-a-day guy. Camels all day. It was just like, yeah.
Walk up to a vending machine and buy them right out of the thing.
Right?
Just plop in the money, get the cigarettes.
Yeah, no fucks. Like, don't care how old you are. Yeah, exactly. I was born in the 80s. Yeah, what year, Woofy? Alright, excuse me while I vomit. Are you vomiting over the idea of the wet tile with the hair, or why are you vomiting? There you go, Kevin. You have unlimited ammo. Hey, just park in the hill. Don't drive around. It's Grunt Apocalypse. We want all the points we can get. Watch this. Here with my gun, I'ma capture the hill all by myself. I'm the absolute best, you don't even know. There's a killing frenzy. Those guys are dead too. Please stop describing the wet shag mats. They feel like squishy, moist hair. Yep, nothing like, This is why I quit playing, Firefight, by the way, because... You're all watching right now, right? Yep. Well, that dropship's gonna get away because I had to reload. What a shame.
What?
I said that dropship was gonna get away because I had to reload. What a shame. Made me the big sad. Take the BR so I can get BR lazy.
I took it out.
I know. You got it as it ran away. Oh, damn, Kevin. Kevin's beating me by 50 points. You guys enjoying the easy slay at the moment? Nice way to warm up your fingers, anyway. Ooh, I stole that one from you.
You beat me by 45 points.
I'll take that Kilimanjaro from you. Kill Guardian. What happened, Kevin?
I died.
I saved you.
Your team scored.
The thunderstorm is on. Nobody gives a shit about the skewer.
Set start. Hill incoming.
I'm kicking the shit out of you now, Kevin. You got more damage than anybody. Kevin again?
Just
Just top decking. The rug grows slurp every time you take leaving footprints behind on the crusty, topped, and slimy interior of the rug. Yeah.
freaking A. Oh well.
Kevin, no! Saved you. Oh, I'm down. I'm down right behind you, Kevin. Oh. Never mind. Oh, Woofy's gonna get him. Oh, no, I respawned. Bummer. Well, let's see now. Yep. Yep. Okay, I feel better now. Damn, I died one whole time. I almost didn't die. Skill issue. Huh. Oh, Kevin's dead way out there.
I don't care. I've just been shooting at phantoms. Not even taking out original or anything else.
I'll take my Killtrocity.
My sniper rifle.
Oh, you'll get another one, Kevin. Damn.
John,
What's up?
what are you using?
What am I using? Cinder Shot?
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Are you just watching the kill feed as I'm like, Killtacular, Killtacular, Yeah, just a Cinder Shot. If they give me rockets or cinder, it's stupid. If they give me both, I can get like 7,800 points in a single match of Firefight. That's why I literally quit playing it. Grumpok is the best way to make your way to hero. That's exactly how you stay in the hill the whole time. You play Grumpok Fiesta, you get unlimited ammo. You start with a rocket or a cinder shot, and that's it. Yeah, yeah.
If you get cinder shots into the phantom inside, it just kills it just like real fast. Too.
Kills it even faster. Yeah, see, I love that they've changed this now to AI KDA because now it doesn't track on Halo Tracker because these stats used to track for Halo Tracker, which is like super fucked up when it artificially inflates or deflates what you do. But yeah. A challenge with a challenge with no unlimited ammo. Well, yeah, I mean, even with you can still score upwards of 5,800 points on standard without, but that's 5,800 points in how long was the match? How long was the match time? Does anybody know? 12 minutes and 42 seconds. So that's the same time as a Husky raid match, and it's 5,800 points towards your career. No questions asked. Like, easiest way. 100% the easiest way to make your way to hero is firefight right now. I hope that they bring. Go ahead.
And then you just use a simple XP boost, and boom, it's even double.
The only time that you can do that though, the XP boost, is if you have challenges to use. Those are the only time you can use it.
Sure.
So. Fuck. All right, let's go. It's not about the points for you. I understand. For me, I had to get to hero and be done with it. Firefight is also nice for solo queue. Is there fewer meh teammates? That's fair. I played enough at one point that there were a lot of people that I would pair up with, and it got toxic. Firefight got really toxic for a while because it would be like you dump into a match, I mean, 10K in 30 minutes is pretty good, Jimmy, but if you're 12 minutes for 5,800, then that's 2.5 matches. That's 10,000. That's 10,600, 11,600 points. So it on when it's time per point and time investment to hero, I felt like firefight was the fastest way to go. Regular firefight, Grumpocalypse Fiesta. They do, though, when you're playing and you're, like, camping the hill and you're taking all the kills, like, I feel like I was just robbing everybody of kills that match. I literally took every single, like, you had to be on it killing dudes or I was taking them. I was cleaning them up. And people get upset about that, especially, like, on a match where you get, like, a ghost. They will, like, stand in front of you and try to get you to kill yourself. It's Arena Slayer. I'm with you, Woofy. Woofy's going for Overshield. He's got it. I'm with him.
We got a gun.
I got no eyes. Coming to you guys. Oh, Rockets. Rockets now has the mutilator as well.
What are we playing?
Hey, what's up, Pickles? We're just playing
Rockets
some Arena Slayer right now. Same as yesterday. How are you doing?
Not bad.
Nice. Christ.
Woke up and saw there's a trailer for the new Spaceballs movie coming
Side
out.
building.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, I posted it in Discord.
Yeah, that's cool. Have to check it out. Oh,
Should ask, is there a room before I try to jump in?
there is room at the moment.
99 S7
Okay.
anti-materialism rifle obtained.
I think we're a stack.
Items incoming.
We're a 3 stack at the moment. Your wife says hello, husband.
Power items available.
Gets up.
Hello,
They
wife.
got overshield.
How are
They
you
have
today?
overshield, Roger. They're in the center building. One of them is invisible.
Yeah, visible.
Oh, okay. I'm dead. 2 in the middle on me. 3 in the middle on me. 1 with overshield now.
Gain the lead.
I thought my name was Vanek. He tried to put a needle in me and he failed miserably.
Rockets down.
One on my X weak.
S7 inbound.
Bad choice. That was my fault.
The commando is ours.
Oh, I don't know how that grenade killed me. I thought I was well beyond the burst of it, but okay. 26 to Ovi. 20 to Mutilator. 19 to Rockets. Okay, I'm going to camp the Rockets, and then I'm going to go to the Overshield.
Make it.
Power items on the way, Spartan.
Overshield.
Somebody here at Rockets. Here at Rockets. Here at Rockets. Right here, right here.
Halfway to victory.
Man, nice.
Shield.
Yep.
Mutilator cleared and ready. We've lost a teammate. Sweet boom tubes of Jericho.
1, 2 on my X, 1 weak. There's 1 rocket left in the tubes. Two here on my X, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3 rockets over in this corner.
This Mutilator, I just killed 3 in a row with the double shot.
Nice. No eyes.
One on me weak. Oh, okay, he's down.
They're dead. Can we pretend we're cowboys?
No eyes.
Hey, on me.
Roger, 1 on you.
He's over by Rocket. He's in the middle of the top middle.
There's 1 here now. 1 here now. No eyes, no eyes. 1 there. Still, he's up there now. He's up there. He's weak. Never mind, he's dead. One here on me.
Nearing victory.
Oh, still on me, weak. 1.
Power items on the field. Go get them. Rockets are available.
Overshield is wasted. I'm dead.
Just found a repair.
No eyes. Still no eyes.
Center, they're gonna be over here.
Roger. I got one. One there.
Target spotted.
2 pushing 2. No eyes. Still one this way. Still one this way somewhere.
Victory.
Nice job. Look at that, Woofy. 10-8 and 5. You beat me, kid. You beat me. I have a hard time if I don't... Go ahead.
I wasn't putting up with crap.
Well, it's a good match. Everybody was on point there. I mean, even, you know, Woofy 10 kills, 8 deaths, 5 assists. That's one of your better matches, man. Nice job. Kevin, 23, 10, and 6, just carrying. And Counted Vale, nothing like wearing a pair of concrete shoes to your water wedding. Nobody wants to giggle with me at that small amount of humor. I cracked myself up. Here we go. We're searching. I'm stretching, I deserve it. You don't get to see it.
That's alright, we get more sweet chair action.
Roll that beautiful chair footage.
Oh man, that's a callback.
Oh, the Bush's Baked Beans commercials?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. And the talking dog.
When my cousin, when he was younger, that was one of his claims to fame, is that he could do the roll that beautiful bean footage
Slain.
almost like perfectly.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Stretch for me,
I
Daddy.
just watched a video.
Give
It's
me
this
a
woman driving
big
around in
old stretch.
a mobility scooter, but
Okay.
it's fully enclosed like a car. It looks like a car, but it's a mobility scooter, and people are freaking out that she's driving a car on the sidewalk.
Old school simple.
I mean, it's kind of funny. I will get you that stretch. You're gonna have to just bear with me a moment. I'm stealing a ghost. Does anyone want the rocket launcher? Yeah, please take it. It's over there, Woofy. Go get it. Go get it. Go get it. I got the ghost. Alright, fine. I'll take it. Fuck you guys then. I'll take this, and then I'm gonna run away like this because nobody's down here. No! Okay, fine. Bitch, get out of there. You fucking taking my shit. I will fuck your mom. Sorry, that was uncalled for.
We are...
That was I'm sorry, guys. That was uncalled for.
No. That's run free. Rocket's
On
right
me,
here.
3 of them on me.
Roger, I'm on the way.
Original spawn.
You could have taken them and just gone. I wouldn't have been upset.
I got the Ravager right now. I'm happy.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Just saying.
Thank you, though.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
It's the rules
Glad I
of
have your permission to grab guns in the game.
it's the rules of Halo. That's all I'm saying.
You're fair, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't
They are good rules.
have been upset if I came back and the rocket launcher was gone because you took it.
You say that now.
Nikki's laughing because she knows me. Nikki's laughing at that outburst because she knows me personally.
They're on me. They're on me.
They're on you? Sweet. I'm on the way to help you. I promise.
In my sights.
Okay. Well.
Nice.
Oh.
That was wild looking.
That was my body exploding into space.
Right in front of me.
They're on rockets. They're gonna get rockets.
Oh, come on.
Oh yeah, they are. They're all there. As soon as I dropped in, they Robocop the shit out of me. They're gonna get the ghost too.
There's 2 of them down there. One of them's got rockets. Yep, spawning down there.
Never mind, they're not gonna get the ghost because they're idiots. I'm gonna get the ghost, and that's gonna be a problem for them in a moment. Or maybe it's gonna be a problem for me in a moment. I'm dead. It was a problem for me. I was the idiot.
Oh.
It's me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me.
S7 inbound.
I'm glad that Taylor Swift was here to teach me that I'm the problem. Rockets are down.
Did you not return her scarf or something?
Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
No, she hasn't written a song about me yet, because, well, she's not gonna have a chance to write a song about me, because I'm married to my wife and I love her. But if my wife were to die, and that would be very sad, after some mourning, then maybe I would consider Taylor Swift, but probably not, if I'm honest. Anyway. But I love her music. I'm not ashamed to admit that I'm a Swiftie. I would totally wear the ugly Swift, the ugly Taylor Swift sweater. Feels bad, man.
Like,
Yeah, the ugly Christmas sweater that they made with her wearing sunglasses on the front.
oh yeah. I
Eight
missed that one.
8 seconds to rockets. Dude, I'd wear the shit out of them. Oh, he's still in the ghost? Get the fuck out of here. That guy can't even get off. He's gonna blow up.
Phrasing.
Rockets in the middle.
I'm dead. I don't know how he didn't blow up when that ghost exploded, but whatever. I'll stare directly in the sun, but never in the mirror. How did you not kill that guy from the back? I took all of his shields for you, and he killed both of you.
I got rocketed.
I, of course, ran like a baby back bitch because I was out of shields.
He's no hurty.
I was like, I put 3 rounds into that asshole and he didn't die, but he was weak, and I was like, beep, 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 beep. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna listen to the shield meter today.
Way.
Spartan John is gonna choose life. I know that's unfortunate and also not normal of me, but that's what we're gonna choose at the moment. Alright, I'm out a bit early. Got a dentist appointment. Aw, what are they gonna do?
Crown.
Oh, hey, you know what? That's making your mouth healthier. That's good stuff. 2 pushing left side from the anus. From the flood anus.
So you're saying push the anus?
No, I said there were 2 enemies pushing from the anus.
So we need to go to the anus and push back. We need to push the anus.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, right? Can't fight logic.
I'm dead. How am I the one that's playing terrible today? Have fun. Please keep my pickle in line. I don't touch the other people's pickle.
Be right back. The dogs are going op shit.
Oh, Kevin just died. But I got the rocket. God, that thing flew a long ass ways after a... Feels bad, man.
Off the rack.
Ooh, one on me in the middle. Weak.
5 minutes remaining.
We're down 5. 8 to lose. Ooh, one on me in the middle. Down 5. One here on ghost spawn. 25 to rocks.
Sorry about that.
It's like a 45 that shoots hot.
5 to lose.
Spanker inbound.
Oh, you.
Spanker evaded. Wish they had good insurance. I'm really proud of you.
Get him, John. Get him.
So you can shoot and
2 to lose. 2 to lose. 5 to win.
On
2 to
me.
lose. Shit. I'm dead. God damn it. Every single time I get that, in that map especially, I fucking hate that goddamn ghost, but you can't give it to them. Ugh. Mm-hmm. 1 hour to go in the awesome. We're only 1 level from 1 or 2 levels now from the end of the battle pass, and this is only day 3. For the record, the battle pass is an additional 25 days after this day. We're gonna finish it today.
That's just sad.
Are you done? Are you done with it yet, Kevin?
No.
I swear, I haven't played anywhere but here. Haven't played Halo anywhere but here with you guys, and we're already done with the battle pass.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it should be like 200 long, and it should be like, just open up, just give you some basic colors. How hard is it just to give you some basic colors to go for or something?
I mean, I don't care if it's like you guys play entirely too much Halo. This is what we only play Halo. I mean, only. I mean, sometimes I play hockey or whatever. But it's funny because ask Kevin. I don't play too much Halo. Ask Kevin what I'm usually playing at night when he logs on looking for Halo buddies. Like, I'll be sitting... Yeah, I'll be sitting in here playing hockey. I'll be sitting in here playing golf. I'll be sitting in here playing RoboCop, Magic the Gathering, Star Trek Online, World of Warships. Sometimes I'm flying RC airplanes in an RC airplane simulator. Like, I do a bunch of shit. I don't only play Halo. I only play Halo here because it's my favorite game, and why not share that with you? Especially Halo people. I mean, someday when Halo is tired, I'll play something else. I might go play some more Fortnite. But I agree with Kevin. Rocket League has a great battle pass. It is 70 levels of predetermined shit that they worked really, really hard to make. And then an infinite number of levels after that give you duplicate items in alternate colors. So remember the idea that I shared on the stream the other day where it'd be cool if you could at least take the color palette and rotate it, and that would change where the colors go on the suit? It would be a small way to make the palettes more interactive and less restrictive, right? It's not an entire fix, but it'd be cool as shit, I feel like. You know, Rocket League kind of does that. And Rocket League has a secondary exchange. So, like, for instance, if anything in titanium white goes on the secondary exchange for real money, or at least that's the way it used to be. So you could sell, like, a car model that everybody wants in a white color, and people
Let
would...
me off the ghost.
Roger, off the ghost. People would bid. You know, people would bid on that, like bid real money to get into that. So, I'm going into the pillbox. I've opened the pillbox trapdoor.
Okay, they have the ghost.
Roger, they have the ghost.
Two ghosts. They left the other one behind. How stupid of them.
Dumbass. I'm in the pipe. Anyway, so that would be cool because then, like Kevin said, you would have an infinite number of combinations of color palettes that then you could just... They could just throw some really ugly shit at the wall and people would find a way to make it look
Here
good.
in the hall, in the cave.
Roger,
Oh,
cave.
no way.
But, you know, that's why they don't put us in charge, because the shit that we would do would be...
Rockets in cave, rockets in cave.
Rockets in the cave, Roger. Would be too awesome. You guys can have the rockets. That was hilarious.
Fantastic cackling.
Oh, that was so good. I mean, you have to see it. There's 3 here. Can't push me. I'm in the fucking pillbox, you dumbass. Didn't you learn anything? Yep, not gonna kill me. I'm in the pillbox. Nice try, dumbass. Oh, overshield on me. Overshield on me. That was low-key poggers. I stuck you. Overshield's behind you. He's chasing me in circles like a dumbass. He can't find me.
Here.
2 here, 2 here. I'm dead. The guy was really mad because I killed 2 of his friends from the cover of the cover of the pillbox, and he just kept pressing me like that was gonna be a good idea. Saved you. Oh, one on my ex with mutilator. He's got it. He's got the pinky hammer. It's all right. Son of a bitch is gonna get a mouthful of green gun in a minute. I got a present for you. Oh, I got they're all 3 at the top of command post. Yeah, you did. I'm on overshield, and then I'm gonna push. I'm gonna go get the mutilator as soon as I pick this overshield, so... Jimmy! What's up, buddy?
Hola.
I'm on the way for mutilator. I got overshield. I've got the double barrel Nerf blaster hammer.
Banker.
Where's he at? Oh, son of a bitch. They got the hammer now. I ran alone. Skewer, Roger. I ran alone and I ran alone. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Ooh, one on me. One on me. Two on me now. How you doing, Jimmy? How's your day been?
It's another day that ends in Y.
Oh, yeah? Phone sex line really riding you today, huh?
That's one way to put it, yeah.
Thank you. So you just want to hop on that motherfucker and take it from him? I mean, the dude is so, like, singularly minded about me standing here. And his buddy decided to push out of his cover of the pillbox, which I can't even fathom why you would do that. Two on the camouflage in the right.
Both down.
Roger, both down. Yoink.
Oh, Spanker, how I love
One on turret.
thee. Sweet boom tubes
He's
of
got it.
terror.
Ripped it off.
I've cleared out the pillbox. I'm in their base. All their base. Base. All the base are belong to me. There's one in the pillbox. He's weak. Oh, feels bad, dude. Oh, no way. Guy's dead, but I died too. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. When it's winter, there's a Christmas tree here. It fills my life with happiness. Christmas brings me the ultimate bliss. I conged the shit out of that dumbass, and his buddy got dicked too. And then a third came in the room. Oh, sorry. It's Christmas, I guess, in my head today.
That is terrible.
I've blasted 4 or 5 more dudes.
Oh, phrasing, please. Oh, phrasing, please.
Victory.
I filled their face with sparkling white. They're going to dream about it all night. Got nothing for you. We're talking about the snow. I'm going back in the pillbox with this gun. Is it June yet? Oh, fuck, I'm going for it. I got a piece of candy. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Yoink.
Hello, my twin.
No eyes, but I got some rockets. Oh, one on me. Took the rockets. He's invisible. That son of a bitch. God damn it.
Right out in front of the gate.
Defense Department regrets to inform you that your son was stupid because he was dumb. He's dead because he was stupid. Where the hell is that asshole in invisible armor?
S7 inbound.
Oh. He's down here by me, waiting for me to go get the shotgun hammer.
By where you come out of pipes. Come out of pipes. In base.
In our base, one in our base, Roger at pipes. There's still one, still one.
Oh.
Thanks, buddy.
Nice kill.
Can't give me the radar. Can't give me the radar. I've been relying on that heavily lately. I was thinking about what Tiny Spartan and what Fox used to tell me in the back of my head. Like, look at your radar. That saved my bacon right there. Both of those kills. Thank you, radar. I think I carried us that match. I did 17, 11, and 6.
Nice.
John's got to use the restroom now, so give me a moment. I'm going to reboot my coffee. Watch the chair for a second. Ugh.
Oh, hell, the chair. Woo. Woo. This hot honey's got some heat to it. Chat is abnormally quiet today.
Yeah, that happened.
All right. I'm back. I have some there's some announcements, by the way, that I need to make. Like, I gotta ask permission first, but I have some announcements that I'm gonna make. Hey, Jimmy.
Yo.
Can I ask your wife if you could watch the hockey game with me today?
Oh, yeah, we're watching a hockey game.
Are we watching it, or are you guys watching it at the bar without me and I'm watching it alone?
I'm not going to the bar. We went out last night thinking the game was on, and it was not. I was like, John's not going to be here, so we can go to the bar, and I don't have to feel bad about ditching him, and we can watch the game because he's got his baseball thing, and nope, no game.
Yeah, feels bad, but I snickered a bit when I found out, because this is how I found out the game wasn't on. I was driving to the baseball thing in the Bronco. Wife here, sleeping, napping in the passenger side. Jack in the back with his headphones on, bebopping to his own planet. And I click on the NHL radio on the satellite, and they're like, oh boy, Edmonton's going to have to figure it out tomorrow. I really don't understand why they just can't be as physical. They literally don't deserve to be on the ice. And I'm like, God damn. And then they're like, oh, by the way, they're playing tomorrow. And I'm like, tomorrow? But today, I thought it was Wednesday. I don't know why they gave them 2 days off to lick their wounds. I don't know.
Yeah, it's in the same city, too. Like, I don't...
Same city, 2 days off. Yeah, I don't get it. Hope those guys went to Disneyland or something and really shook off that loss and come back free, fresh, and loose to beat the piss out of them Florida blokes today. But I'm excited to watch it. I'm excited to watch it tonight. I'm going to be right here in the Spartan Space at the end of the Awesome. My wife is doing henna tonight. She's doing henna all night tonight, and then she's going to sleep at her friend's house and then do henna all night tomorrow night. So 2 days in a row, I'm not going to see her. I got to deal with just me and Jack. Oliver is off on a vacation with her one of her friends from high school. They're going on a road trip with their parents. I'm excited about that. So it's just literally going to be two dudes hanging around playing games for a couple of days. You guys will find me in the Spartan Space pretty much all of my spare time for the next several days. And don't forget, we'll be streaming in the Awesome tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. But yeah, that's cool.
You're into space stuff, right?
Yeah, why? What's up?
Well, if you got some free time, you might want to check out a beta that's going on called Wildgate.
Okay.
It's a space pirate sim. It's your crew and like 4 others all going for an artifact. You have to have the artifact to get to the jump gate and win.
Okay.
You can board the enemy ship. You can you can team up with them, but that's not as fun. Like I watched someone blow the shields off of a ship yesterday and then ram theirs into it, board it, overlord their core, and just proceed to pillage the crap out of it while killing everybody. Blow up
Wow.
a ship, pillage more, repeat.
Wow. Okay. Send me a link to that. I'll check it out. It's something that's worth. Yeah.
A lot of goofy fun.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I want to say, while I have all of you captivated, all 8 of you, we're only at 8 people today. Yesterday we had like 58 people. Today we have 8. I love every single person that comes by. I have no idea why it is so like variable in the number of viewers, but thank you guys for viewing. Because of all the viewers and because of all of the subs and all the things that you guys have gifted me, I was recently allowed the opportunity to be sponsored, to take participation in sponsorships through Twitch. I haven't found one that I actually want to take up. So if one comes up, I'll let you know. But right now they're just eh. And I understand more about the sponsorships too. It's the way that they work. Jimmy, if you want to play with us, we'll switch to squad battle if you want in on this.
No, that's fine. I'm
Okay.
cool just hanging out. I don't want to rain on your parade. I know you got your Delta time.
Oh shit, it's cool. We've been playing Delta all day, so unlike the usual, we even started with a firefight this morning for Woofy.
Saw that.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch, I missed it.
Yeah, we did one firefight this morning because he was on, and I was like, you know what? Nobody else is on yet. I said, I'm going to throw him one. He asks for firefight every single time he joins us. And we just keep giving it to him. You know, was it Strato that had the heart? Or is that you, Woofy? Is that you that has the heart problem? Or was that Strato? One of our guys was playing with us occasionally who had heart issues. I hope that they didn't die because of us. That's all I'm saying. Because I haven't seen him in a while. Unless that's you, Woofy. I thought maybe it was Strato, though.
Slayer.
And I drove alone, still got a perfection. Yeah, you did. I think I'm gonna get a McDavid jersey. My lungs collapsed. What?
Whoa.
For reals? Grenades over your shoulder, Kevin? Kevin died pushing rockets? No, I didn't get him. There's 3 guys pushing rockets. They're gonna get him. Oh, two in the corner on me, 2. I almost played them out, but they got the best of me. I got another confession to make. I'm no fool. I got 2 pushing me again. I'm in the mid. I'm egressing. Oh, fuck. No way. He did not wait. He just pushed us and I went out. So was me, I guess. Coma over Xmas. Oh, that's bad. I didn't... how you feeling now? How did your lung collapse? That was a friendly nade. Thanks for that. One where?
2 here, 2 long hallway.
Long hallway, Roger.
3,
Overshield,
3,
storage,
3
sniper
back.
tower.
Where is everybody?
I'm flanking the hallway with you now. I don't understand any of that. I don't get it. They were all in front of me. I coiled them and they were all weak. And then I proceeded to dump an entire clip of needles into those dudes. And no super combine happened? I'm so lost right now. All three of those dudes, according to the TV lore, should have been dead. Vanek had one needle in his chest when he died. Let's us not forget. I'm dead. They have rockets. I don't even know what happened right there. I'm still, like, perplexed and frustrated. There's your $10 word for the day. Perplexed. It's P-E-R-P-L-E-X-E-D. Perplexed. Unless you're a cat, and then it's P-U-R, because everything has to do with, you know, making fuzzy sounds that everyone loves. Or a treble, I guess. As in perfection. P-U-R-F-E-C-T-I-O-N. Perfection. Thanks for the turret. I'm dead. I'm 1-7, by the way, you guys. Having a bad match. One here. With rockets. He's dead. Rockets are there. You can have them. There's one underneath you fighting. There's two pushing you now. 3 pushing pickles right now. 3.
Ooh, 3 pushing pickles. That sounds like a party.
3 pushing pickles. Yeah, I'm dead. 3 pushing my body right now in the pit. Over at spawn now.
Although pickle has a different connotation for me than it probably does for you guys.
I just think of a dill pickle.
I think of an herbal bowl of greens that my friends and I enjoy.
Oh, that's fair. I too like bok choy. This is my favorite.
Yep.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Bok choy, literally, and my wife bought big giant bok choy bag for the other day for we do is it pad thai? No, it's hot pot is what we call it. Hot pot.
Ooh.
Yeah. You just have like a bowl of broth. 2 on you, Roger.
They're on rocket. They're on rocket.
On rockets now, Roger. Going to rockets. With you, Kevin.
Oh.
You go that way. I'll go this way.
Rockets is in next to Invis. Invis is still available. Is and rockets.
Roger. Three here pushing me in this corner now. I'm dead. Oh, he's giving me the bags now? What a dirty mother... Okay, John, it's time to kill. Put both feet on the floor, kid. Time to get serious.
Spartan
No
John,
eyes.
not milkmaid John.
One here with sword. Never mind. He chose poorly. No eyes. One here. Nice. 20 to sniper, no eyes.
There's one waiting down there next to it. Just popped up. 2 on tower, my body.
2 on tower. You're on the opposite side of me, Roger. 10 seconds to overshield. They've got sniper and overshield. One up here. There's one here, sniper right there. Ooh, I'm down. There's one above you.
Copy. Coming
Oh, I'm dead. I'm down again. I spawned and immediately got shot. We're 12 to lose.
East tower.
He's dead. How? How I put 3 into him, into his face after I shot him. Or after I beat him down. That was...
5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I knew it. As soon as I got up there and saw the third guy, I knew it. There's one on their tower with a sniper rifle.
I remember not liking the pit, but not this much.
Dude, Nikki hates this map. Well, she loves and hates it. Still one more there. Still one more. Pull him this way. Pull him back. I've got scoped. I've got him scoped. There's one at Rockets now. One at Rockets. I'm down. 6 to lose. Nikki remembers the old days. The, Back when I was somewhat of a... I considered myself somewhat of a forger.
Are you kidding me? Come on.
What did you do to this map?
What's up?
What'd you do to this map?
Lots of things. I don't know what just happened there. I'm dead. Lots of things. If Nikki has an Xbox 360 still around, she probably has the map downloaded. And you will have to go enjoy it for yourself.
I think unfortunately those are gone.
Oakham has offered to assist me in disassembling my 360 and removing the hard drive. And then
Nice.
putting the hard drive in a case so that we can plug it into my PC and extract the map so that we can relive the Forge. Because we had a sand trap map that was really awesome. I had built a bridge out of light posts that floated on nothing. And it went from out in the edge of Sandtrap, like you had to run out through the rockets to get to it. And then if you got out there and didn't die, then you could jump on the platform and straddle yourself up this long row of lampposts that went at an angle up to this platform. And you got, basically, when you got to the end, there was a floating box, and then you had to jump across a couple of boxes to get on a platform that had a portal and a rocket launcher on it. It was the most powerful gun in the game. There was a rocket launcher, and I think there was a sniper rifle up there. They're the 2 most powerful weapons in the game. The only way to get them was to get up there. And there was a secret portal that you could find that would blast you up there without taking it. But basically, if you were smart, you would ride a mongoose out and block the portal. So then you'd just be up there with a sniper rifle and a rocket launcher hosing people from above, and it was good for infection. But then we also did the pit. We made a really great map on the pit that was great for zombies, and what we did was we made it accessible to the 2 bases above the spawn, because there was always a base up there and always a turret, but you couldn't get up there. You could not get up there. So we made it accessible. Yeah, in the original pit.
I didn't know that.
On each side, right
Maybe I
above the
did it just
spawn,
forgot.
there's like a windowed base up there.
Huh.
Yeah, and it's like a platform that a turret could be on, but you couldn't get up there. You could not get up there in regular play. I think you could rocket jump or grenade jump up there. Possibly. But nah, we put a portal up there. We had like turrets up there. It's pretty cool. You can't do any of that shit now. All that shit is like off limits.
Holy
What?
my God.
What?
Holy moly. Oh my God.
What happened?
What?
Baseballs 2 was just announced.
Oh yeah, you didn't know about that?
I put the trailer up in Discord.
Ah.
The only thing I wanted to know is it's still called The Search for More Money.
We don't know yet.
Because that's what he said it was going to be in the first Spaceball. Spaceballs 2, the search for more money.
Let's hope so.
I'm going for rockets. Will yogurt return?
Maybe below. It's so hard to tell on this. Below.
The bodies are always redder when you shoot them with grenades. And rocket-propelled assistance makes them feel like they've made mistakes. Just look at the dudes exploding. Where are they? Usually they're here. I've only exploded 2, and I haven't seen another one since. Oh, there was one behind me. Surprise! He's dead. I think his body killed me as it flew by my body. Now, if this motherfucker kills both of us, that's bullshit. See, I don't understand. I don't understand. Did you see what happened there? He killed both of us with half of the amount of needles that I had. And, each. And, that both sets of needles super combined. Can you explain it to me? All 3 of those dudes in the last match should have died. 100%. That's what I'm saying. I got no eyes. I'm in the Thunderdome, where the rockets are. I'm gonna be here for the next 10 seconds, crouched and waiting.
Damn it.
I'm dead. They're on rockets. 2 weak on rockets. Rockets are on top of the shelf, though. They don't know where they're at currently. They're probably confused. They got him. They got rockets. They got him. They got him. He found him.
They're going for overshields.
They got him. Watch him disappear.
They do have the overshield and rockets, but I
Will
don't.
they just say he's out?
I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's currently at.
No, he left.
Who did?
Whoopee.
Oh, Woofy? Woofy bailed? Oh, Woofy's gone. Get in here, Jimmy.
Yes, sir.
We're really fucked up down here. We need men. Dude, how long have you guys been down there? That's not what I mean. I'm dead. One on my axe weak.
Had it.
Oh, that was a tactic kill. You should have ran off instead of staying there and crouching. Should have assessed your situation. One on my axe heading for you guys. Heading for elevator. Haha, you killed yourself and gave me the sniper rifle. One on my axe, one on my axe. He's to your left, Pickles. I'm at elevator. I kept getting triple teamed. We aren't working as a team. I was getting slaughtered.
Wrong button.
Ooh, yeah, that's
Ignore
rough. There's one here. One on my axe with Mangler.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Power weapons are here.
Oh, I'm dead. Sword 2. I got pinched. 2 in the basement on sword 2.
Overshield available.
More money, more problems.
Ooh. Those were rockets coming at me.
Down there.
Yeah, I just got away from that. That was... Rockets are dead. I'll take those, thank you. And I want this. I'm in elevator room with rockets. Going up. Going up again. Bing! Top level.
Menswear.
Oh! That guy wished he was in the men's department right there. That guy died with eggs on his face. He ordered the Grand Slam at Denny's, and instead he got scrambled eggs. Feels bad, man.
One more there.
Okay, roger. He's, one killed me. He's coming up the stairs. We're down, down 8? Down 6.
Power weapons available.
Rockets are up. Appear to be gone. Overshield's up in 12.
Overshield inbound.
Rockets are down. There's still a guy on Overshield. Waiting for Overshield to be there. Well, that was a hell of an interesting wiggle. I'm down.
Rockets has overshield.
Roger, where Rockets has Overshield.
They were just at sniper.
Oh shit, Rockets and Overshield. Overshield is now broken.
5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we've got they're on Kevin above us.
Sorry.
Yeah, I heard you now. One up top level. I'm in elevator, retreating. There's one on me. He's in here, one on me. Coming back to you.
Got him.
Yep, coming back to you.
Yep.
Look at that mangler. 4 to lose.
John, come here.
Yeah.
John, come here.
Yeah.
Oh, I need a fucking gun. Here.
Oh shit, thanks.
Oh, there we go.
Back it out. Back it out. They got you pinned in there with your wheat. Oh, nice stab. One more pushing from the other side. Nice job.
Yep.
Oh, we should make a play on those. There's one pushing over here now. 2 pushing now.
Two. I'm down. One behind you.
Oh, yeah, I got pinched. 2 on me. 2 on my X. 2 to lose. Did you guys get rockets at least? Please tell me while we were fucking around with that team, you guys got rockets. One here in the basement.
What it did. You got sword?
Sword's dead.
Oh,
Sounds like they got the rockets.
thank you. I got health right here. I got healing.
Nice.
I'll put it right here in this corner when we need it.
7 inbound. Gain the lead.
Sword up top.
Nice win.
Nice.
I don't know how, but nice win. You see that, Woofy? You just had to trust the sleigh. We made it at the end. It's okay, buddy. Thanks for playing with us today. In blood I am born, in battle do I live, in light do I rise, in darkness do I fall. In blood will we be renewed. We are his angels, our gift is death, we are taken from the dust, we shed our weakness, our frailty to become angels. Are you talking about I'm just kidding. Until it became about angels at the end, I was gonna say that you were talking about a wiener. I mean, think about it. In blood it is born, in battle does it live, in light does it rise, and in darkness does it fall. It sounds like a wiener to me. Yeah. Jimmy, I would transfer you some Spartan tokens so you could buy the Hayabusa helmet, but they won't let me.
Oh, I have the Hayabusa helmet. I just took it off.
Well, you got tired of wearing it?
Yeah, already.
That's fair. That's fair.
I like that. I like that light blue thing.
Yeah, the Zeta Sky.
That's a good color. Zeta Sky.
Can't decide what I want to do for the Army's 250th. Do I want to go with the red, white, and blue like this, or should I go with my old school camo colors?
Pepsi Man. I would go with I don't know. For the
Like
Army,
fatigues or the
for the
red, white, and
Army's
blue, yeah.
250th.
Yeah.
After this next match, I'll show you some skins that I have that you might not have or might be able to acquire. There are some skins in the exchange as well. You know, the exchange has a catalog now. You can go back and look through everything that's been in the exchange before. You can now buy in the catalog, no matter what. It doesn't have to come back through. Once it's in it, you can go find it.
Yeah, I've gone through some of the lists on there.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's why I don't have enough to buy the Hayabusa helmet.
Oh, fair. Yep. Okay. So you went to the mall and bought all the shit before what you really wanted came out. I understand. This is that FOMO that people are worried about, which is why they allow you to now purchase Spartan tokens in the shop, which I do not recommend you do. They give away enough that you shouldn't. Well, they give away enough that if you played as long as me, you shouldn't need to. But again, FOMO.
To win its slate, kill the other player.
They're pushing rocks. They're playing rocks. They're going for rocks. I've got one down here. I'm dead.
Traded with Tony Sleaze.
Tony Sleaze. What a name. I'm going for the spanker of the fuel rod type.
Oh.
Two behind us, John.
Thank you.
Yup.
I'm so sorry that... No, I'm dead upstairs.
I'm sorry for laughing. That sounded hilarious.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry for that.
It's okay. You can laugh. It happens.
Just got rocketed
like
from the
this.
top shelf.
Center.
Not like this. Oh.
2 here.
Is on the way, Spartan.
Rockets are weak upstairs.
One up here?
I think he's either out or...
Items in play.
Oh, I made a mistake.
I'm creeping on you, Maddie.
Yes. Oh God, there's 3 of them. Creep away. Creep away.
I got one of them to come down and chase me, but they're all hiding together upstairs at the top of the lift rooms. So,
I got 2 here.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, he snuck up on both of us.
Take this with me. And then they can't have it.
Power items on the way, Spartan.
2 down here. 2 on me. 2 on me. In the basement here. Fuck!
weak.
Please tell me you killed that guy.
No, he ran.
And
Little
he
bitch.
ran. He ran so far away. Come on down into the Thunderdome, you dumb bitch. Drop in here.
Somebody just popped a shield. Somewhere.
No, someone popped. Invisibility.
Shield pop.
He's right here. In the tunnel hiding.
Just everybody just stay in the Thunderdome. Force them to come to us. They're stupid. They'll come.
Later on my body. There's 2 down, 1 in each direction of that hallway, John.
Big guns and lots of fun are to come.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Power weapons. Let's go.
How did I just get...
Carbine coming down.
Where'd I get killed from?
You got skewered from this where it spawns.
That would have been a
Are you
great,
kidding
great call.
Yeah, they
Now
pushed
they're
in.
all in the Thunderdome. Hey, Lex! I gave you a huge shout out earlier. 24 to rocks. I'm gonna stand around them.
It's because they have and the fuel rod up top over here.
Fuel rod just hosed me. I'm dead.
Power items incoming. Are these needles blush or bashful?
I just grenaded myself.
We got power items in play.
Oh no, I missed the... Damn it. Missed the dynamos.
Mutilator.
No eyes, no eyes, no eyes. I'm going for
I got
rocks.
dudes right over here on me too. On me,
2 dudes on you, Roger.
both weak.
How? How?
Rockets are gone, all of them.
Behind me.
They're following me down.
Into the Thunderdome, Roger.
Yes.
Killing spree. Sweet Odin's beard.
There.
Family.
3 at the top of the lift.
3 at the top, Roger. We're down here in the alcove.
Yeah, I see that. Shortage just spawned. Nope, all 4 of them are at the top of this lift.
At the top, Roger.
SRS
Top of the lift. Top of the lift, you say.
Right in front of you there.
I'd say. One drop down on you.
Oh, 2 here, 2 here. Still 2. Oh, now I'm at the top with 5 seconds left for rockets. I'm just gonna go get these, and then I will descend back upon you again. 10 to lose.
They're just sticking together.
Weasels of pickling. I'm dead.
Just clustering up.
I
That's all
set
they're
up my
doing.
alert sound last night. They're all Halo sound bites. That is awesome. And you're at 119. Good job.
Oh shit.
That's amazing, Lexi. You're the best. I said that you were one of my favorite crafters, and if I could, like, stick you in my pocket and bring you to my house, that you would come. I would smuggle you over here
Top
and
of
you
the
would teach
ramp.
me how to be better. Top of the ramp, Roger. 4 to lose.
For the lift, sorry.
Still top of the lift. Yeah, these guys are definitely together. Saved you. No eyes. Oh, nice shot with the BR of all things. I'm not falling off. I refuse. What's making that wart sound? Oh, don't worry. That's just Lexi. We smuggled her to our house. Don't worry about it. I said that I would look at you and I said that I gave you such a great compliment that I described that you would be red in the cheeks and have a smile on your face and that it would be awesome. That's what I said. I'm sorry, that was my fault. We sucked really bad that time.
We all went negative.
It was terrible. Even Kevin.
Well, you know, they were playing very defensive to begin with and stayed together as a unit. Probably need to go get a towel, so it happens.
Oh. They were double Dutch rudder in the match all the way. There you go. There's the end.
Mm-hmm.
I have congratulations. You've completed the premium battle pass on day 3. The next pass that you haven't finished will be auto-equipped. We finished them all. Finished them all. I know. I said that I was talking about how you were gonna come to HCS Worlds this year, and I was gonna lose in the cosplay competition to you because you're gonna just dominate with your outfit. And I said that I was not gonna be sad about that at all because we would be able to cry together over some mod pizza, because we eat together and hang out, and I thought that was fun. And I said you were one of the best crafters I know, and I wish that you would come and spend 5 minutes in my Spartan space and transfer some of that crafting experience and knowledge into me's, so that I could be better too, because you inspired me to be better. That was it. I said it. Now I said it twice. I hope you're crying. We'll play one more match. We'll go into overtime. We have 2 minutes left. I don't care. We'll play one more match. I can't go out on a loss. That's just not right.
No, that's not right.
Yeah, it's not right. Ooh. Ooh, shoulders. No, I appreciate you so much. No, you. No, you. Here's the heart for you.
No, you hang up first.
Yeah, no, you hang up first. I'm just gonna breathe on this phone until you hang up. Because I'm a teenager, and that's how it works. I laugh at that shit. My kids, man. I see that shit. My son had his first, like, girlfriend-ish crush thing this year, and he was like, I want to make sure that her dad likes me. I'm like, dude, I was scared to talk to parents when I was your age. Like, dude, I remember the first time. Don't forget to twirl your hair. Yeah, right. I forgot. I remember the first time that I called this girl that I like. I got her number. I still remember it. I won't tell it to you because, it probably still works. But I remember I called her house. I worked up the courage to call her house. Like, one of the girls in my class had to get the number for me because I was scared to ask myself. I got the number and I called her, and her dad answered the phone. Hello? I hung up. Like 10 times I called and he answered the phone. I just hung up the phone like, I ain't got it. I don't have what it takes. Yeah. You didn't dare.
Whoa.
Yeah, you did not dare talk to somebody's dad when I was a kid. No. Mom or sister answered the phone. You're like, oh, good. Center, Roger. I'm invisible.
I'm right behind you, John.
I'm dead. But yeah.
On me. They got the sniper, the electro sniper on top of their base.
Roger.
Laser rifle.
I got ours. There's 1 week, right side. He's been lased.
Blazer.
One here.
Gazer. Meat.
No eyes, but I have to move because I feel like they're gonna push me soon. One here. One here.
1 week out in the middle.
He's dead. Still one up here. He's dead too.
Spawn batteries.
I'm still over here hiding.
Batteries.
One over here. No eyes.
One on top, right above Kevin.
That was funny. The guy didn't even know it hit him. One here.
There are no fences on these walls. I thought there was a fence on the doorway that blocked bullets. There isn't.
Didn't there used to be?
There's not. Yeah, I think it depends on the game mode.
Oh, he's on our shock rifle. One on ours. God damn it.
Chasing me.
That's right. I'm gonna get their shock rifle instead. I'm gonna get their commando and their shock rifle. Fuck them. Fuck them. Don't forget to twirl your hair. Yeah, I already read that. Damn it. Fuck my own kids. They're jerks. Fuck them. I love my kids, by the way.
Fuck them kids. Man, fuck them kids.
Welcome. Just
One chasing me.
on the face.
Got 2 balls. Biggest RuPaul's. Oh, I can't believe that guy didn't die right there. I got 1 on me. He just tried to hit me in the back and kill me. He did kill me.
Stay mobile.
Oop. They're coming.
Don't you dare push me like that,
I'm
you
just breathing
dumb,
hard.
dumb bitch. I got 1 behind me, 1 behind me, 1 behind me. I'm dead. They're all here. All of them are here. I'm in the basement. I'm in the basement.
I'm invisible.
I'm in the
right
froze.
behind
I'm in the
you.
froze zone. Get it?
Shock rifle inbound.
I just want the shock rifle. I want it and I want it in my hand.
Available.
On me.
On you, Roger. On you.
One Kevin and Maddie.
Weasel's is with you. He's not bitching that anybody's killing him yet. One's killing him. One's killing him.
3 are
Still
there.
1 more.
3 are
Still
there.
1 more. Guys. Jesus, they're all shooting at me. Can't you just kill them already, Jimmy? Damn it. I'm dead.
I put up a shield, man. What the fuck do you want from me?
I want you to kill.
Hold your goddamn hand. One on the roof.
Hold my hand. Want you to hold my hand. I wanna love you
Someone
the
saved my
best
ass.
that I can. Mhm.
Shock rifle inbound. Overshield.
You got 1 on me. He's really upset. What are you laughing about?
I watched Kevin. Guy jumped on the ghost and Kevin immediately jacked it from him and then ran him over.
Nice.
78 just feels so nice.
Just
One on me.
watched it happen. Kevin's just trolling kids.
Electrocuted me. Yeah, I'm down.
There's 1 here.
Yeah, there we go. They got me. Ghost is down.
Ghost is down, Roger. I'm on a
Yeah, they're all back in that
lonely
corner by the bats.
wasteland.
Where the other fucking weapons are here? What the heck?
Of course, there's no shock rifle. That would be too easy.
Alright, give me that hold on.
Ooh, shotgun.
Yep.
Loopy scanner.
Camo available.
Oh, what?
Kill him, Eddie.
Shock rifle
There you go.
Thunderdome. I got 2 out of 3 of them. I'm dead.
I hate this gun has no sights on it.
available.
Which gun is it?
Commando.
Your commando doesn't have sights on it?
Oh,
Or whatever the other not commando is.
The MA5K?
I don't know, man.
What do you mean you don't know? How do you not know your
Does it have
weapons?
15 or like.
How do you not know your
Pull
kit?
trigger.
Is it a bandit?
Yes, the bandit. That's
Oh, okay.
the fucking name of it.
My bandit's got a big ass blade on it, so it's fucking stupid easy to zoom in on.
Compensate much?
No, it's just like what it came with, so I put it on there.
We've lost a teammate.
Uh-huh.
Oh, piece of
Extending the
candy.
length a little bit.
shock rifle of 7.
Don't worry, I killed that one guy.
Thank you. 1 on Halo Collector.
Not me.
Mistimed that one.
You in the basement, Pickles? Did you just die in the basement?
Burr.
Yeah.
In the freezer? I'm in the freezer.
He's still out there, Kevin. He's just crouched hiding under a tree. Little bitch. Oh, there's 3 of them out there. Cool.
Inbound.
6
Yeah,
to
shoot him
win.
in the ass.
Overshield available.
Got Obi.
Better kill that guy. There you go. Thank you. Gonna say, don't let my dynamos go to waste. I'm dead.
Remaining.
Got
Active camo available.
Thanks, buddy. Bloop! I'm invisible now, and I'm off. Can't kill me. Nice job. What a way to win. Thank you for helping us win at the very, very end, because it would have been terrible had we not. Oh, hey, guys, by the way, I had an epiphany I wanted to tell you about. Remember that we were having trouble trying to figure out how we were going to get the FUD visor into the helmet because it has no tabs on it? Well, Installation 00 happened to send me something that we didn't use for the Infinite Chief. And the beauty of it is that I have the Legends Chief Buck. So I have these pieces of polycarbonate that he sent us. Let me show you this real quick before we go. Lexi will be really excited about this, I think.
How did I do that?
So I have these two pieces of polycarbonate here, and they are etched. You can see that they're etched with a visor in them. And they're actually two different pieces. So what I'm going with, the purpose of these was to stack them and to edge light them with a with an LED so that you can get them lit up. We'll bake these in the oven at 425 degrees Fahrenheit for about 15 minutes, and they will become I'll bake them on a piece of parchment paper. And then what I think I'll do is I'll somehow how to put them on the buck and not have them take the ridges from the buck, because the buck has ridges in it. I'll have to dig that joker out and show it to you. But the idea would be then we would take this and we would put the tint on this, the mirrored tint on this, and the polarizing motorcycle face piece on this, and have it bent. And then this would go inside the helmet, and then the visor would affix to that, so it would fill the space, and we wouldn't need tabs. Is what I think I'm gonna do. I have to get a hold of Installation 00 and get some specific information on using this, because he sent it to me. We were gonna use it for the Infinite Chief, and we didn't. This is the exact same process that we used. Installation 00 used on his Project Mjolnir for the first visor. That his helmet had, and so we know it works, and we know it's cool. I totally forgot it was here, and we're gonna investigate using that for the Legends Chief so that we can get the visor finished up well in time for HCS Worlds for competition. I just want to let you guys know I had that epiphany, that mind moment, and it was something that I was really excited to share with you guys, because we've been thinking about that for a long time, trying to figure that out. What we learned is that if you send the best, easiest way to do it is if you send your visor buck or a visor file to PCBWay for resin printing, make sure that you have tabs on it to fit into your helmet from the beginning. Then you don't have to worry about it like me. We've been sitting on this for like 4 months trying to figure it out. So, cool stuff. You could fill the grooves with an oil-based clay and then scrub it out later. Oh! And that would make the buck smooth and would not... My biggest concern is through the heating process, when you lay that polycarbonate down on the buck, I've been told that whatever's on the buck, so if you have any ridges at all, even if they're imperceivable to the eye, that will transfer into the polycarbonate. And so I'm just a little worried about that. But we want to put it on the buck so we can get the shape so that it's easy to install. It's a big thing. But anyway, for more, come and talk to us in the Spartan Space. We'll be here all day, all the time. You know, this is what we do. Today I'll be watching the game with Jimmy this afternoon. The hockey game starts at 5, Jimmy?
Sure.
Yeah,
your time.
I think it's 5 Pacific, so it's 5 o'clock for us. It's possible you could make a dirty mold of the buck and then make a new one in St. Smith. Okay.
Central.
But anyway, more to come. We're rooting for Edmonton tonight to tie the series now at 2, which is going to force a Game 7, I believe. I believe it has to force a Game 7 then. If they
Nope. Just 6.
If they come even tonight, it's just 6.
If they win tonight, the least amount is 6. The most is always 7. Yeah. Because they only have to win 4. So if they each have 2, somebody comes back and wins 2, then it's only 6 games.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair.
I'm
So
mathing, I think.
Anyway, they'll force a game 5 at least. And, hopefully they win. I really don't want them to get dicked like they did on the ice the other night. But we'll be here watching it. Spartan John's going to drink a beer. You can come and hang out with me while I do it. My face will be on. You'll get live reactions to the hockey game. I might even play some hockey with Jimmy. It's going to be fun. Beyond that, we'll be back tomorrow at 10 Pacific for more awesome. We're going to be hanging out playing Halo. It's a community day, so especially you, Lexi, if you got your Discord on and you got your Xbox piped on and you break away from work for 15 minutes and you just want to loosen up, come hop in the awesome with us. You can jump in Kevin's backpack or mine. One of us will be carrying. It's usually the way it works. And it's nice to have community days. We love to see everybody. Don't forget to check me out at SummerCon next week. I will be there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You will find me existing in the open spaces and at the 405th booth as I am the RMO. I will be there all of the days. All of the days. You will find me as Spartan John in myself in one of these two jackets over here probably, or my wife will be dressed in one of these, or I'll be in the armor. No, the community day thing, that's tomorrow. I do it on Fridays. The Fridays that I don't golf, I try to open the lobby for everyone to just join and be part of. And then don't forget the tournament, the Husky Raid tournament in September. Please consider joining. It's free to join. All you have to do is sign up, get into the Discord, get a hold of Foamforge Cosplayer or myself. We'll get you the PvP role, and you'll get assigned. You'll get into the tournament. 16 teams. Great time. Winner will get digitally arted photo of their winning team, all the Spartans together in some sort of epic way, and a sponsored entry into the charity tournament. Yeah, you too. Stay awesome. That's it, guys. I'm going to let you go for the day. We went 15 minutes into overtime, and thank you. Overtime is awesome usually. We won the last match, which is all that matters because we want to get off on a good note. And, I'm going to leave you guys for the rest of the day to your own devices. Come and find us in the Spartan space if you want to spend time with us. We'll be watching hockey, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10. From everybody that stopped by today, I'm awesome, you're awesome, be awesome. Stay awesome always, and we'll see you in the Spartan space, which is this building, which you guys helped to build, and the Discord, where it's always awesome because of you. Literally cannot do it without you. So tell your friends, and we'll see you tomorrow. Here's the heart. Bye-bye. What do you got, Jimmy?
Moist, squishy hair.
Yes.
Have a great day. Stay awesome.
Love the shag.